Hello, hello. Hello and welcome. We're back here in Rust. Gave a kind of a dramatic intro there. So electricity is going to be coming to main branch. We're still not sure exactly when. I think wishful thinking says January, but I think realistically it's going to be sometime in February, as that is typically the time when, well, it's roughly the average time, and it's also the time that we had last year when Oil Rig was released. So we're kind of just going off of that. And if it comes in sooner, great. So here's the thing. PTB does have electricity now on console. And so the Builder's Paradise is a great place to test these things here. And we're only on the console, or I'm sorry, we're on the PC side right now just because it's real easy for us to kind of move around and navigate. We can do things a lot more efficiently. But everything we'll be doing here is stuff that we'll be able to do on the console side. So don't you worry about it. All right, what's up? This is when's the update? Yeah, we're still not sure. What's up? BioLazer, I don't think will be joining us in this one, but you can always subscribe to this channel if you'd like to. Exclamation point bio in the chat. And also, if you're looking for all of the information we currently have on custom servers, you can type in exclamation point custom. Okay, so we'll be taking your power surge questions, electricity questions here. Any confusion that you have, particular builds you're looking for, we will answer them to the best of our abilities. So let them rip. Let them rip. What's up? Hey, we got Clips, Jeremiah. We have Angel. We have Ethan. We have Clips. Did we already get Clips? I already got Clips. So we have Carter. Hello, Roberto. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Glad you made it. What's up, guys? We were going to do another stream last night, but somebody fell asleep early. It was me. It was me. What's up? Okay, so a couple things that I wanted to do today were clean up some of the circuits that we did last time. Although I think our walkthrough was really great. And we'll hopefully be showcasing this a bit better. Building this up just a little bit here. This is very fancy. This should look familiar if you're on a previous stream. You're like, oh, that's cool. How do you close it when you leave the base? Oops, it'd be over here. My bad. Ta-da! When is servers wipe? I forgot. It's the last Thursday of the month for soft wipes. I don't think monthly is going to get a hard wipe. I don't know why they're always like, we'll only hard wipe it occasionally. I think they hard wiped it maybe twice last year, which is kind of disappointing. But weeklies do hard wipe at the end of the month, every month. Last Thursday of the month. What's up, Scottish Gamer? Hello! So the stream yesterday with your friend was very good. Thanks! Yeah, we were hoping to kind of recreate that as best as possible. So if he comes in, we'll be kind of following the same format. So like, obviously, we'll be talking to you, but I'll try to really walk him through it. You know, I think it helps me, and I think it helps him. So, and then I hope that it helps you guys. So it should be a across-the-board good thing for everybody. Okay, so we're going to be covering turrets today, trap bases, automated doors, and this is definitely a lot more sophisticated. We'll be kind of cinching this one up a little bit. Hopefully explaining it and breaking it down to make it a bit more digestible, because it is a little crazy. It's a little nuts, but it's also extremely useful. We'll be doing the remote garage doors. We had a nice showcase last time. We have the door controllers here. We have the turret ports. We can go over this again. What's up? Carter says, how's your day going? Fantastic. What's up, man? What up, dude? Hi, Roberto. Did you see the DM? Let's see what else. I feel like I'm missing something here. Some other big stuff. Oh, we were going to go over and like kind of half and half do like the new industrial stuff, but I couldn't find like a decent server. All the servers kind of shut down because it's getting close to the end of the month. Because there was a nerf on piping, so if you're playing on PC, the industrial pipes can only go through door frames. I don't know if you guys know that, but because we have a mixed audience, right? So that's way fun. We'll probably see it more on the set next month. So do you think Double Level will change the store so it's weekly and daily skin updates? Probably not. It seems like they're having a hard time keeping up now. I mean, based off of the most recent rotation was kind of... Feels like I got phoned in a little bit. A little bit. Is Farming 2.0 out? No, I wish. Farming 2.0 is legit. We were talking about door sensors last time. What else did we cover? I'll double check my notes too. Is there anything like, if you played with power surge electricity, or if you were like, hey, I'm wondering about this when it comes out, we got any questions across the board? Anybody? Anybody? Yeah, I was hoping to do another one of those streams last night, but I think BioLazer fell asleep, which is cool. What's up? This is just get my message, LOL. Brett, I answered it, buddy. I skip all over the place, but I do try to read the chat as much as I can. If I miss you, I apologize. The only time I think I really fall behind on chat is like when we have our teammates playing with us, but I still keep up on chat. It just might be slightly delayed, that's all. And there is a delay because we have stream snipers. They're a massive problem. If you've been watching for any amount of time, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So it's kind of a built-in thing, but I still answer. So I was thinking about this while we're waiting for questions to come in. This is the wedge, but this is a wedge with some tweaks on it, and we might try to refine this while we're getting the questions. And hey, throw ideas in the mix whenever you guys want to, right? It's always better that way, I think, for everybody. So this is the same. Okay. So the wedge is like a very cheap solo, even like a duo base. That's a terrain bunker, and it's like dirt cheap. But I was figuring out ways to maybe utilize some of the honeycomb once you expand it, but still make it safe. Because the biggest thing with the wedge is you can start with a 1 square to a 2 square and have next to nothing and still have at least 2 doors up. And then when you get enough materials, you can make the terrain part, and then hopefully have enough for your, what is this? The honeycomb on the outside. So I was trying to figure out ways that we could utilize the space and still collect electricity. The downside to this is it's easy for people to get on your rooftop. So do you think hot air balloons will be in from 4 minis? Carter, that's a good question. I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm probably the worst at hot air balloons still to this day. I love minis. I want those more than anything. Out of all of the vehicles, the minis is by far my favorite because it's something, it's very personal. It's like your own personal craft, but then you can have your buddy ride shotgun. You can shoot rockets from it. You can make a garage and park it on your base like a champion. It's great. And then there's like a level of mastery to it too. I think honestly for the minis, well now you're talking about my favorite thing. It's kind of, I'm not gonna say it's like it's difficult on PC, but you do get used to it. But I think it'll be much easier for us to master because we have dual analog sticks. I think flight is much easier with a helicopter. It'll still be difficult because it's crazy. But I think we'll be able to master it much, much faster and do a lot more tricks with it after it kind of settles in once we do get it. I love it, dude. It's the best thing ever. Think about it, dude. You're like, oh, I need to go get some wood, pop some of those stone nodes, and then go fly over to the outpost and go do the vending machine swap right at the... You know what I mean? I love this thing so much. I was going to say I was a good pilot, but we'll just forget that happened. Minis would be huge. I know, right? Well, here's another thought, too, and I don't know what their game plan is for this. I'm just kind of throwing ideas out there. You know how we have servers that were like, this was last year, there were like oil rig small and then oil rig large to kind of cut it up a little bit because there was performance issues? Wouldn't that be cool if they did like a mini version of that where they're like, hey, this server's got minis on it and these servers don't? So if there's like performance issues with the other people, they can come in and try it out, but if it's like a huge problem, they can just go to another server. Or they can have, I don't know, here's another thought, that you could have servers that have a smaller or less monuments and then hopefully, like maybe they could put minis on there, like they restrict the population somehow for like the core systems. I don't know. I just know the biggest hang up right now for console is these move so fast, it's hard for buildings to pop in. Here, let me see if I can get my LEDs to pop on this. All right, see how the structure just went away? Helicopters move so fast that it becomes an issue that if there's a lot of stuff around, the game will stall as these load in, and it'll cause your helicopter kind of sputter, which means you're still moving, which makes it really hard to respond to your environment and like to steer the helicopter. It makes the experience pretty doo-doo. So that's why it's being held back, at least for now. Not saying the work isn't being done on it, but last we heard, which makes sense. It does go pretty fast. Okay, let's see. Bob says, "Hi Jade. When do monthlies wipe? They wipe on the last Thursday of the month, the 26th, and it's gonna be a soft wipe as far as we know. But they always, you know what I mean? Like right when you're like, oh, confidently it's gonna be soft, and then they're like, surprise, it's a hard wipe, which is great. I'll take a hard wipe. But the problem is, they just kind of go surprise, Houdini, and then you just kind of David Blaine. They hit you with the magic, and you're like, bro, here's my gripe with it, right? The official face punch servers for as long as I can remember, maybe even the entire time, the official monthly servers always hard wipe at the end of the month. Always. The only exception to that are community servers, and they get to pick when they do their wipe schedule. Sometimes it's forced, but it's extremely rare. So like the official face punch servers, or even like the community servers that people do play on that have pretty close to vanilla rates, those all wipe at the end of the month. Those are hard wipes all the time. And now that we have Tech Tree, it's not that big a deal to go out there and like scavenge for stuff. It just kind of evens the playing field. So the reason why we like hang on to the monthly hard wipes on console, I don't understand that, right? Like some people are like, I love doing that. I don't have to get it on my BPs again. I was like, bro, we literally don't have to pay 750 scrap for anything anymore. And if you can't find it, you just pop up on the old Tech Tree on your workbench and you're good to go. I don't know. It kind of like it would kind of slow down those zergs a little bit to be like, hey, go collect some stuff, go interact with the map instead of just sitting on your beanbags and popping people from the rooftop. Know what I mean? It says, will Bandicamp get drones with the Farming 2.0? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I hope that they do. There's not a lot of control that goes with it, and they're like transparent objects. Not transparent, but you can walk through them. They don't have collision. There we go. So you can maybe. That would be great. And the models for those the drones aren't terribly complex. So I hope that we get something like that. That would be great. It says, hey, Jade, is Power Surge coming to main branch today? No, I wish. It says, I hope you're having a good day. Thank you. Ravish. It says, I've also wondered if you're a dev. I'm not. Not for Double 11, I'm not. I have programming background, yes. Am I involved with them? No. Do they pay me? No. Am I a player like you guys? Yes. I've been playing Rust since it came out, and then I've been playing console Rust since it came out, like early access. Like I played Rust on PC when it had zombies in it. Will we be able to sell cloth at Bandicamp? That's a good question. WD-40. That'll happen around Farming 2.0. You guys want to see that right now? Let's just go over there while we're getting more questions here. Where is Mr. Bandicamp? Where are you? Let's see. Let's make sure we get the rest of the list here. I'll still be excited for horses. Yes, me too. Says Carter. Says, do you think hot air balloons? We already answered that one. Yeah, I'm still super garbage at flying hot air balloons. I'll still take any form of transportation for console because we need it badly. Because it's hard when you're a solo or like a small group and you need to push, like you're living next to a bigger monument to help move your progression, but like you need to go to outposts. Sometimes it's a crazy gauntlet to go like cash things in. So like that transportation helps a lot. You know, if you're doing recycling or if you're going to be cashing out your stone for wood, whatever. What are we looking at again? I just struck out. What's up, Davies? Missed my bush, huh? Oh. Oh yeah, the cloth. That's what we're doing. Jeez, man, I like blanked out there for a second. I think it's this guy. It's been so long, right? There we go. There's the cloth. Now we might get the weird exchange at first because this has been balanced quite a few times. I'm sure you guys have seen Rust creators talk about how OP cloth farming was, and that's after the nerf. We played it like right when it came out. It was extremely broken. We saw the power of farming pretty early on. It is still powerful, but I think it's balanced more now. But I think Farming 2.0 is going to bring these guys in here. So we'll have a little bit of this, and then, which is nice because you can actually fish out here, by the way, right here. It's considered freshwater even though it says salt, just so you know. But yeah, these are really nice exchanges. The fertilizer is good. That'll curtail in nicely with the horses. So that should all come in with Farming 2.0 because that's when it came in on PC. Although we do have a hybrid version, so things could potentially change. But I think there's a strong likelihood that we'll get that kind of stuff. And don't forget, this is probably the most important thing, right? So if you need that big boy power and you cannot find it or craft it, this is where you buy your windmill. And yeah, it's really expensive. And that's what you do with your metal sheets. And also, this is probably the biggest thing for everybody. And I always tell people, look, if you're going to do electricity, use what you have, start charging something immediately, but get used to having your turrets run on a medium battery, and that way when you get a large battery, you have that much more headroom to add more turrets and stuff. And just remember that the medium battery can be purchased at the bandit camp for 75 scrap for those of you that haven't played Testing Branch. And because it takes a level 2 and tech trash to make, it's kind of a good buy because it's only 75 scrap. Right? Right. Like if you've got like a solar panel, go buy a medium battery, throw it in your base, and start charging. Like, yes, one solar panel only facing one optimal direction for the day isn't the best, but at least you're starting the charge, right? Because it takes time to charge that bad boy, but you'll be glad you did, especially when you get a turret or you have to power your lights, or when Farming 2.0 comes out, you'll have to farm or power your lights for your plants. And I'm telling you, most people will have a farm inside of their base at some point. Like, maybe not at first because you won't understand how important it is, but you will because it is that important to have at all times. Because you can't just be dropping stuff on the ground like we used to. You can, but most of the plants will die. Will we ever get bandit post, outpost crossover? I don't know. Those are mostly on modded servers here. I hope they give us some kind of option to do some configuration like that on our custom servers, but that would be something they would have to kind of build into it a little bit. It's mostly just taking a seed and then you're moving these prefabs around. I mean, there's more work to it than that, but that'd be nice. Although I don't know how how they would support that, but it would be cool if they did. If it's built into the procedural stuff, they can do it 100%. But if they have to manually touch it every time, that might be something that's out of reach, at least for the short term. It says, hey, any news on when the next shop items are coming and what it could possibly be? I wish we kind of got a heads up on that. That would be great. The next big shop update, we just got items, which were the Jade gloves, hey, and then the, I'm just drawing a blank. Oh, yeah, it was the satchel skins. They look like cigarettes. They call them like prison satchels or something. Those are cool. But yeah, I think the main sets I thought were kind of weak this time around. But those should rotate this coming Thursday. What's up? He says, how much might a server cost? I'm not sure. Because they're so adamant about like keeping the memory down, which is one of the main reasons why we haven't seen it yet. And plus, they're still kind of developing stuff. But I would say count on it being more expensive than a PC server. Kind of like the way DayZ servers are more expensive, Conan servers are more expensive, Arc servers are more expensive in comparison to PC servers. Just because there's more people in the mix. I agree, Carter. I agree. They should. They should either, you know what they should do? They should do creator codes for the skins. That would be dope. Or they should either have a drop that has me and the boys in it, right? Hopefully we all individually get our own skins. Or they should sell something in the store that has me, something to do with me in there. It would be great if they gave me a cut, but it's not like they don't pay me anything, so. And to be honest, YouTube doesn't exactly pay a lot either. So, you know, it would be welcomed if they put that on the table. It'd be a way to support me and the game. That'd be dope. Creator codes would be great. Something like, I hate to bring up the analogy, something like Fortnite. Fortnope. On other games, they could be anywhere between like 20 and like $50. I think our console side can be anywhere between like 40 and 50 sometimes on the more expensive side, and then sometimes it can be like 30 something. It just depends. I think there'll be levels of it, but those are wild guesses. Like, I don't know. I feel like because they're going to be hosting a lot of stuff and doing a lot of stuff for the hosting in the game, I think they're going to save a lot of cost for us. But they also need to make money. It's not like it's a charity or anything, so I get it. They have to get it just right. There's no reason why they would delay custom servers. It's literally a revenue stream for them, just like skins are, and it helps keep the development going. Because after you purchase the game, like how do you pay the people that are constantly updating the game? Like how do you, skins do that, servers do that. Well, in their case, servers do that. So it helps keep the game going. It makes them money. It makes FacePunch money. It makes Sony and Microsoft money. It's all a good thing. So like there's definitely incentive for them to get custom servers out ASAP. But as I've said many times, until you stabilize and have this in an active environment, electricity, it does not make sense to just roll it out because there's a lot of server-side stuff that happens with electricity. In addition to the client, but there's a lot of stuff that happens on the back end. And not to mention that infrastructure for Rust Plus, baby, right? Because they've all but pretty much said we're going to get it at some point. We're not going to get it when Power Surge comes out. But like, it sounds like we're going to get Rust Plus at some point, which is great. What's up? Super Trucker says, will horses come out with Farming 2.0? I wish. It sounds like they're going to be separate. It says, how much does service cost? I got that one. It says, will it be like DayZ where you need a PC to run it? Or will you buy it from the console store? I don't think there'll be like a web interface. And it's not going to be like a server that you can pop up and run. It's going to be something you have to buy. If that answers your question. What's up? Jump Dark says, have a good stream. Thanks, dude. Says Power Surge about to come out. Yes. I don't know if you left or not, Jump Dark. I'm shooting for like February. But if they do it earlier, that's great. I hope they surprise us with it, right? And be like, hey, halfway through February, or like right in the front end of February, like, surprise, we're going to put it out. I'd be like, great. Because this needs to happen for custom servers badly, right? We just need this out, and then so we can move on to the next pieces of content. Because this has been, what's the word, a bottleneck for a lot of the development. Like, they've needed this to happen because this needs to be worked out before custom servers can happen, before a lot of different stuff, because it's just the way the nature of the game, right? Like how it works on the back end and how it works on our clients. So it's, I mean, there's a lot more complexity to it, but in a if you could sum it up, I think that probably best describes it. Good questions. Okay, what else we got here? Oh, by the way, before we get like a surge of buffering, if you see the circle buffer, it's not you, it's me. My internet's been a little spotty. Thankfully, knock on wood, if it does that, it only lasts for like maybe a minute, hopefully, and then it clears up. If it gets super annoying, you can always take the little the play scrubber and move it back, and then once you see the buffering again, you should be able to skip over it. Or if you just wait like a couple seconds or whatever, that'd be most appreciated. I have called them, talked to them a cajillion times. And a lot of it's outside of our control because there was some infrastructure damage in the United States. Fiber back end was messed up with some of the storms that have happened, so it's crazy. So long of the short of it is, I can't do much about it. So hopefully you guys stick around. If there's a little bit of buffering, just know it's not you. Knock on wood, we're good so far, but I definitely don't want to jinx it. What's up? He says, how do you know so much about the future of console Rust? Because I've dug around in the game enough on PC, and since this is modeled after the PC version, you can connect the dots pretty easily, I think. And I look at the commit list on a regular basis. I mean, that's how we predicted that it would be crossplay before this came out. That's how we knew there'd be Rust coins. Even though there was another specific creator that was moaning about, he's like, oh, it's not going to happen. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I was like, I can read, you know what I mean? I can add sometimes. But yeah, that's how we found out. Like, I don't know, once you play the game a lot, you start to kind of know where some of the pieces may lie. I'm on the outside looking in, so sometimes we don't know, and some things are surprises, like the fishing village last year as opposed to horses was a big surprise. I was like, oh, geez. I mean, fishing village is cool, but it would have been nice to get horses too. I think most of the time we get it right. I think sometimes we don't, but I think most of the time we get it right. It would, let's be fair, it would be nice if they told us. I would take that over everything, right? But I think most of the time we do get it. Yeah, the fishing village, when we thought there'd be horses last year, was kind of a kick in the old nuts. Don't you think? A little bit? I mean, like, I'm glad we got new content and stuff, but I was like, it's like, it's cool, but you're like, hey, it's like avocados. Thanks. What's up? He says, I have the high sensitivity on Rust, and whenever I open something like a box, vending machine, locker, etc., I turn immediately after exiting the UI. My game crashes. That's an issue I found only on testing branch. Oh, okay. So on PC, your custom servers wipe Do you need to buy a new one? There is a force wipe at the end of the month. You do have to re-up at the end of the month. You don't have to. But there's a lot of providers in that space on PC, and there's a lot of different like customization features. It's all going to be managed by Double 11 on the console side. Do you guys want to see some builds? You guys want me to answer more questions? Or we can do both. I don't know, Space Cake, it's a good question saying, like, how much do you think servers will cost? It's so hard to speculate because they've been so, like, touchy with it. So I have a feeling it's going to be on the high side, and I think they've been trying to knock it down to something more reasonable. That's my guess. I don't know. I'd say kind of expect, like, whatever Conan's renting stuff is, right? Like, it's kind of pricey. And then that way, if it's lower, then you'll be pretty good. You guys have the no glitch where the sparkle slowly goes away at night? That's intentional. It's supposed to actually do this. It's supposed to the twinkle goes away, and then the way it's supposed to be is if you have the helmet on or some kind of light source, it twinkles again when you're close to it. So it creates that situation of like, look, you want to hit the optimal position, you have to give away your position. Risk reward. That's what the game's all about, baby. Sometimes when I spawn and I fall through my base and I can see through the walls as well, see through it as well as other bases. Yeah, I've noticed that on Testing Branch. So I kind of got the feeling that we're going to get another PTB update before we get everything out to live. So that's why I'm kind of like, I'm hoping for February, or for January, but I think it's going to be February. Says, glints go away at 7 p.m. in game and come back at 7 a.m. There you go. Tim Wright's got it. So you'd have to rebuy a server at the end of the month to keep it running. Correct, Space Cake, correct. That's why we tell people, it's just like Conan does that, DayZ does that. There's a lot of other games that have that same model. That's why we keep telling people, it's like, look, if you don't want to spend the money, which we 100% get, we'll be running at least 2 servers. A vanilla bi-weekly server, which means there's a soft wipe in the middle of the month, and then there's a hard wipe at the end, which is the most popular and the most fun type of server that exists on PC side. It's the one that everybody likes to play because it's fast enough and slow enough for everybody, and you get the best of everything. And there's enough to happen there where if you get wiped, you've got a chance to rebound and then get that revenge if you want to. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people work, a lot of people go to school, dude. You can't be playing and getting sweaty 9,000 all the time. So bi-weeklies and they're so much fun, dude. Like, yeah, you'll get the burst of people on this. You know, a lot of people go away after so many days, but like, there's definitely people that stick around on bi-weeklies. I don't know. I think weeklies are really fast, and sometimes they're too fast. And I think weeklies are too slow, and because they're too slow and we don't wipe often enough, it makes them pretty stale pretty quickly. Anybody that's played on a monthly semi recently knows what I'm talking about. You just got Zergs that are bored out of their mind, and like, you get this economy where they'll raid anybody because they're bored. And like, the way it typically is on a weekly server or a bi-weekly server is the Zergs, they'll mess with you if you give them a reason to, but if there's enough population going, the Zergs have to worry about other Zergs, or else they're going to get smashed, because if they're wasting time with some dude, then that other big team's going to come by and squash them. That's how it works on PC once everything's settled in. But see, on the monthly, since nothing wipes, it just makes it super stale. I mean, it's soft wipes at the end of the month, but that's so weak. What's up, Mr. Russo? What's up? He says earlier today, I like it. Yeah, what's up? Says, do y'all know when Power Surge will be here for console? Barely joined live. What's up? I'm guessing like February, maybe end of. That's where I'm setting my expectation. Could be earlier. We hope it's earlier, but I think we have at least one more patch in store for us. But who knows? I mean, I kind of hope they push it live. For the most part, it's running pretty well. It's running better for most people on core systems in general, so. Quick question. Do you know if the wipe will bring power, and will it be a BP wipe? We don't know. So far, it's scheduled to not be a BP wipe, and I don't see anything about the update, but you know how they are. They're like, surprise! We took a dump on your porch. And you're like, oh, what? Yeah, maybe it's not a dump on your porch. It's something that you do want. You're like, surprise! Jay says, thank you for the info. No problem, dude. I'm hoping that they have in the past, like, I don't know, 6 months or so, they've gotten better with communication, which is great. And I hope that if they've got some information here over the next week or so, they kind of push it out to be like, hey, here's our plan, here's where it's at. That would be awesome, because it kind of helps us all set our expectations and be like, oh, okay, this is how it's going to be. That'd be nice. So we like know if there's any hang-ups to let us know, and like, hey, custom servers are here, and you know, here's how it's going. Here's a little bit of a preview again. You know, even if they're going over some of the stuff that we've seen before, it'd be nice to see like more screenshots of stuff and some progress, right? You know what I mean? Like, we're all excited for this stuff. So it'd be nice. I hope they do that. That's kind of what I'm expecting, but I'm not, you know, they haven't been the best with communication in the past, so I'm not like counting on it. But we do have, we're going into our second year of Rust, right? Is that right? Yeah, second year? Second year. Yeah, because it's already been a year. So yeah, we kind of have a history of like what those development cycles are like, which helps us predict when we're clearly in the dark, which is sometimes for sure. Any updates on farming and horses? I've got this. Farming, is this right? And then horses. You know, if that doesn't pop, let me get it right down here. Farming is going to be really good. Even if you're like a super PvP Chad and you're like, farming's not that great. No. It is. Trust me. It's good. It's your friend for sure. Okay, I got farm. I don't think I had farming up there, so there you go. I got the two. Do we miss anybody? It says, when do you know they'll release the bigger maps like 4K servers in Builder's Paradise? I don't know. I know the new systems can definitely handle it. There's no question in my mind. Let's see what else. I don't know. Do you know the standard server size for us here on PC is 4,250, so we're only 250 off from like what this is. And these are huge, dude. These are huge. I'm going here. Let me get close to the ground so you get a sense of how fast this is. Yeah, when you're up high, it's harder to get a sense of scale, I think. Mining outpost. Ice Lake. Yeah, buddy. I hope they make servers with a little bit more pop if we go 4K, because it's a lot. Because when the server population goes down or below 100, it gets pretty desolate. So you need to get it to like 150 or higher. 200 would be nice. That'd be ideal. Says, I try to do genetics and cloning, but I don't understand enough to be successful. Any tips? Keep playing with it. Keep playing with it. I'll show you something that that'll help you with the breeding part, unless it's changed. At 4K hours on Rust console, mostly solo PvP, but I haven't been able to farm enough to do raids by myself. I can't wait for farming. Ooh. I think horses and electricity are really going to open up a lot more gameplay opportunities across the board. Yeah, the power can't come soon enough. I mean, the turrets are OP and they need to be nerfed, and there needs to be a gameplay loop around it, and Power Surge is going to remedy that. You've heard me talk about it. Because we thought we had Power Surge, like, because remember they announced it, like, right when the game came out. So we're like, hey, it's got to be soon. And they've even outright said, well, later, they're like, yeah, we delayed it. And I was like, yeah, no kidding. Like, we're sitting here getting all pumped for it, and then they're like, we just don't hear anything about it for like 6 months. I was like, is it still happening? They're like, yeah, it's still happening. Then we don't hear anything for another 6 months. I'm like, what's going on, dude? Yeah, we were like, full gas, Power Surge. And then I was like, I don't think it's coming quite yet. So we kind of let off on it a little bit. And now we're going full gas again because it's actually in the game now, which is nice. It's a long time coming. Kind of like custom servers. It needs to happen, dude. That map is huge, Jade. Yeah, and this is the default size. I feel like Double 11, Clip says, I feel like Double 11 should release a next-gen version and bring better updates like military tunnels, underwater labs, minicopters, etc. Yes. They still need to support the core version because they sold it as that. But to kind of take that thought and push it out a little bit further, if there was a next gen only, there could be most things in this game, if not all of it. The bottleneck is not the next gen, for sure. Turrets are spammable without power. Our team is 26 during one wipe. Yeah, see what I mean? Cyclone. You can still do 26, but you gotta support it. Yeah, like here you go. Here's some infrastructure, just some small stuff. This is for 4 turrets. This is how much a medium battery can do. Oh, you know what? Here's a good example. Here we go. Did we get everybody's question? Did I miss anybody? Okay, so if you don't have a good handle on how long you should be running these turrets, you should always be cautious about running them all the time. You need to have an abundance. Even though you may cover this during the day, here's a good example. This has no charge on it. This got drained. So what's going to happen is they'll have enough power to power up, and they'll power up, not completely, and then they'll power back down, which makes them vulnerable across the board. So people can take all of the weapons out of there. So you got to be very careful about what's on. So we talk about it. You'll see these turrets power up and power down. And this is what we're talking about. Like if you don't have a good sense of what your drain is, because we have 4 solar panels, which is still good for this, but I wouldn't run all 4 turrets on 4 solar panels all the time. If you had a decent charge on the battery, you can run it for a good amount of time. But when you're not using it, you should turn it off to get more charge on this battery. It's going to hit 50 here in a second. It's going to... It says, is it 9 turrets for a large battery? Yes, but you got to be very tight with your wiring and your components in between. It gives you, 9 turrets gives you 10 units of power to use for your logic circuits, for your parts. So right now the root combiner is getting 42 units of power. But because solar panel is so variable, you need to make sure that you're really watching it. You should always watch your power consumption and control it. That's why you always see me put a switch. As soon as the power line comes out of your battery, you need to put a switch down. It's just going to help stop the drain when you need to watch. Here we go. Did I shut it off? Here we go. Watch. Ready? It's on. 1 minute. I thought it was already on. I thought they were going to power up. I look like a fool. Is it going up a little bit? Oh, no, it's slowly going down. The rand switch is used to generate random numbers. Well, in that case, it does just 2 numbers, off or on. If you know a little bit about binary, if you create more slots, you can create our character set or our numerical system, which is Deca. So that's where like bits and stuff come in. It gets a bit more computer engineering-y, but you can do some crazy stuff with the rand switch, for sure. So, yeah, the point of this is, when you see these turrets kind of power down and power up, look for this, not only now on testing branch, but is when this comes out on main, people are like, yeah, I got like a bunch of windmills, I got 9 turrets, so I'm all set. I'm like, nah, you're really not. Like, you need to make sure you've got constant power. So look for the bases if the turrets are going on and off, because you've got a window where you can A, knock out the turret and take the weapon, but then also jump the wall and start pushing on the base, right? Because a lot of times these big groups get sloppy. You can get in and soft side something, and if you kind of get a foothold somewhere, you can kind of carve your way out of the base, or into the base, rather. What's up? Clip says, love from Ireland. Thanks. I love the fact that you supply us with console chats with info. The wipe, he says, love your streams and videos. Thanks, Clips. Ireland, the homeland. What's up? My people. My people. We got 36 seconds. And it's not going down exactly because we've got how much power coming in? 30. Because we're using 42, that's our active usage, and our input's 28. It's a slow burn between those. Do you think smart switches will ever come to console? Yes, when Rust Plus does. Smart switches are great. They are one of the few switches that you interact with that you have to be authorized to trip it. So if you're not on the TC, you can't operate the switch, which makes it extremely powerful, even just in game. And then once we have Rust Plus, it makes it the craziest thing ever. You can literally be on your phone and activate and deactivate things while you're not online. Like, they'll be in the game and they'll turn on and off, but like you don't have to be. You can be at your office, you can be in school, you can be like, oh, I'm getting raided. Like a sensor tells you on your phone, you're like, cool, I'm going to turn on the turrets. So and they turn on. Says, do you have to pay for Rust? Yes. Yes? Yeah. Yes, of course. What's up, map bot? Here, it's going to power down. It's going to go. Rust Plus? No, you don't. Rust Plus is an application that runs on your Android or iOS phone. There we go. Oh, watch this. You'll see it go down and then up. Is there not enough power for it to tweak back on? Let's give it a better time of day, shall we? Let's do like high noon. Here we go. You hear it? Yes, perfect. You'll hear them too. And you can see none of these are in a position to shoot. So like these are essentially crippled and it's still draining the battery. And this is what happens when you don't have a good handle on what your input is during a complete day cycle. And yes, wind has variation in the gains too. Like yes, it runs through the night, but it also has crazy variable. So if you don't have a good handle on what your drain is and how much you're putting in, this situation will happen to you quickly. And it's going to happen to most people that aren't paying attention. So look for the Zergs to get all cocky with a couple windmills and then watch for this, dude. You just, and especially if they got an M249 on there, just take it, dude. Just take it. Hit it with a rock, put it in there. Says Jay Monkey about to be an electrician. I already am. Is this suppressed bolty in the auto turret? No, that's an M249 with a silencer. Ah, yeah. Cyclone says, "What's the pager used for?" Excellent question. Let's go ahead and answer that first. What do you say? That's so good. I'm writing that down, dog. Woo! So the pager is pretty crazy. You can use it for yourself and your own custom setups, but it actually interacts with monuments that are currently in the game and have been in the game for a hot second. One of them that we have access to that currently exists in main and in testing branch is Oil Rig. So if you go, I don't think Oil Rig is close to us. That's not, is it? Shoot. Wow, that's all the way across the map. Okay, so let's see if we can find something closer. I know we don't have excavator, but this will still be the, I don't think, that's not close either. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll just go to the giant excavator. So if you've ever noticed, if you've been on the top of the oil rig, there is a billboard there that says frequency. If you type that frequency into your pager, what happens is when the monument is active, like when people do the red card portion of it, your pager will go off anywhere on the map. Yeah, pretty sweet. You can also use the pager for the same thing where you can set up a sensor around your base to detect people, but then you can also create a sensor mechanism that detects when walls get destroyed, and then while you're farming, if you have the pager in your pocket and it goes off, you know that you're getting raided. Would you come up with your name? It was like a joke. It had to do with like The Simpsons. I can't remember what it was, but it stuck. So I'll show you. There's a frequency on the excavator as well. There's one on the oil rig, but we're not going to go all the way out there. I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's been in there before we had electricity. That's why I knew they were still working on power, like last year. And I didn't think it would take this long. I don't think anybody did. So if you type that in, as soon as somebody activates the excavator, in this case it's 4777, it will go off whenever that thing's active, which means when it's running. That's how the excavator works. It's like a giant pump jack, but it's like all resources. Build base on oil with a camper, I know, right? Yeah, finally people are using vehicles more often on PC. Look, there's like a road system now, like built in, and there's slight tweaks to the monuments. Like you notice we don't have this undercut piece here, and we don't have terminals for the subway system, because we don't have those yet. I think once we get the improvements for like the map generation and stuff that they're working on PC to make it more efficient, because Unity is Unity, right? The engine's a resource hog. I think it'll make it a lot better and probably more accessible for us, but I don't think that's going to be this year. I don't think. I could be wrong. Like a road system that goes through here, which is awesome for modular vehicles. I hope we do get modular vehicles sooner than later. That would be great. That would open up so much gameplay. What's your opinion on Zergs walking in small monuments like gas station or supermarket? Yeah. I think once the game settles in, I mean, it's settled in, but like, I don't know, as it evolves over the year, or years to come, Zergs on servers will eventually realize that they have to mess with the larger people because those are the threats, not the small people. It's just so early in the life cycle on the console side, like Zergs are like, I'm gonna smash everyone. And it was like that on PC too. It's not like it didn't happen here. It does. It did. But I'm not saying like it doesn't happen. Like you still get squashed, but it doesn't happen very often. Unless you give a Zerg a reason to come there and smoke your base. They typically don't. Still happens, but it's not at the frequency we get. Okay, what were we doing? Oh yeah. Do we answer the question for the pager? Okay, so we can also do our own activation of the pager, and this actually exists in the main branch now, even before Power Surge came out. I talked about this last year, and this is again how I knew Power Surge was still in the works. It's crazy because those little pieces you see inside the oil rig and over at the excavator, these actually work. And what this does is it will literally send a frequency when something's active and then put it on your pager. Let's show. I think it's under tools. And if you're unable to craft a pager, is it not under here? It has to be, right? No. Yes? Or it's under electricity. There it is. It's under electricity. Old school. You can tell I've been playing this for a while. So then if we take this pager and then we set it to 6969 and then we send a power current through this, it should activate. And what's cool is once it's active, it should also send a signal. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's for the receiver. It's for the antenna, right? Am I crazy? Is there like a pass-through? No, it's only power in. So this will broadcast a signal. And what's cool is you're like, oh, that's cool. It goes to the pager, but it can also be received by this, which means you can have this across the map, and that signal can go to here. It says, have you ever walled in a quarry on console? No, I haven't really had the chance because, again, because stream sniping is so like ridiculously bad. We usually are on servers like no longer than like 3 days, so we're usually kind of in and out. I've seen people do it. And it also works inside of boxes. No wires, no connection. Then just to show you that this works, and this is all stuff we're going to have access to. This exists today on, what do you call it? On Testing Ranch. Jeez. Am I okay? Am I going to make it? Here, we'll make it a separate piece here so it's not like connected so you don't think it's like the same thing. So like here, you wire up the cable for the in, and then this just is like a wireless switch is what this becomes. And so if you want to set it off, this should send the signal. So it's wirelessly communicating to the pager and now to this antennae. And check this out. Another way you can do this is, and we have access to this as well, you can trigger it with this switch. Pretty cool, right? Who asked that one? Was it Cyclone? Does that help answer your question, sir? So that can help. I can smell a new video coming. 100%. You already know. Good question. So it's so cool that like there's different ways to wirelessly like interact, and you can already start to see, and maybe seen me set this up on stream before, but if you have a farm base, you can kind of like, if you have a bunch of scrubs outside, it can send a signal to your main base or vice versa, so you know, like, you know, because sometimes you get your nose in the weeds elsewhere, and it would be nice to know if someone's popping your base walls, or you're getting active people outside your gates, and you want to know if people are tripping it. It's nice. It helps out. Because how many times you've been farming, you come back and somebody's like balls deep in your base, and you're like, oh man. It helps. It doesn't use that much electricity either. Dry base doors shut and turrets when you die. Yes. Is that what you want to see? Brent, would you like to see that? Got you, baby. That's what you're asking. I'm assuming that's what you're asking. Okay, let's do that. Cyclone says yes. Excellent. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Okay, sweet. Brent says please. Of course, of course. Okay. Any particular? Do you just want like a shotgun trap? Because those are the cheapest. You want to see something like that? That's kind of the one I defer to almost always because it's so cheap. I like cheap. Okay, let's see. That's a good question. Good question. I kind of like this kind of setup. You don't have to make it this obvious, obviously. However you want to create the elevation, you can. Oh wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Dude. Although with a lot of the meta where people have furnaces knocked down there, I guess it's not that obvious. Or it shouldn't be. Right, because a lot of people have those elevated. Shotgun's fine. Yeah, I found out, because it's more accessible, like when you're starting off. And like, you know, 2 shotguns is almost a guaranteed, and 3 shotguns with a clear line of sight is like instant death. You already know. Okay, I'm just kind of doing this one loosey-goosey here. We'll leave it like this. You would have an airlock here for sure, but you know what I mean. I'm a big fan of like doing this. You could put this in this tile, like slide this all over. I don't know, maybe at the front door it's a little too obvious, but... Hold on, let me dump these. Oh, I didn't have another broadcaster. Okay. It's in the same vein of what we did the last time, but... Sometimes just a nice little compartment down here, a little sleeping bag. Even a door down here is cute. And you could run this on like next to nothing, which again is why I like this so much, because it's so cheap. Here, let's do it more realistically because... Is it bad? It's like Jade's the only YouTuber I watch. Oh, thanks. Says, can the pager be used with the timer to alert you when farm and hemp is ready? Yeah. If you set it on a timer, that's a good one. Yeah, you'd have to. There's no way to sense it as far as I know, like where the crops are at. So you'd have to have a predetermined time that you know is going to be active, and then you can have it send it over. But like, you can have the timer in game keep track of that. That's good. Can you make a pager go off when the trap base is active? If you want to unman trap base to the despawn to check it. That's a good one too. See? You're already starting to add it up. That's what I'm talking about. That's the beauty of this stuff. Like, once you learn the basics, it takes a second to learn it, but like, it's so worth it because then you're like, oh, I can do this with it. Like, because we all play the real game, you know, like we play on official servers, so like we know what it's like to get your cheeks clapped 20 minutes in. So like, we have realistic scenarios that are gonna work because we're men and we know how to clap checks. Butt checks. Watch the YouTube thinks I said chicks and then it was like demonetized. I'm like, damn it, Susan. So if you have it like on a regular level and they're not coming up like this, and you've got like, I don't know, let's just, you know what, let's make this an airlock or something stupid, right? I know you wouldn't have a square, probably, but you know what I mean. Let's say you've got something else in here that's more believable. So like, once they're on the same level, and you've got them like let into the base, and it's all about dressing the base. It really is. Making it look believable. I mean, just think about how many bases have you walked up into that were like legit, like half clapped or decaying. Just make it look like that. That's the only trick. So essentially you just create this funnel. This would be where our shotgun traps go. Traps. Three is definitely going to be a kill shot. I like to use swing doors with these because they're very fast to activate. But I don't like to have them go through the wall because you don't want to know, you don't want to tell people where stuff's at, and you don't want to let them know when a trap's active or inactive, because once one dude gets clapped like this, they're going to get pretty salty, especially if it's a Zerg, which is the best. Please send all of your Zerg traps and best moments trapping Zerg people in the Discord. I would love to see that, and I'm sure other people would too. So this is so dirty, right? Like, I can see your feet. There's a couple dirty tricks we can do here. They're both kind of expensive. I mean, they're both gonna take something that takes tech trash. This, I think, still works. Let's see. Somebody was talking about it on a short. I'm pretty sure this works. Still. When you power it and you stick a box in front of it, it'll hide the laser. There's really no way to jump over that either. Let's just power it real quick to see. Pretty sure it does. Ooh. For us, I'm pretty sure that disappears. That's they fixed it on PC. Boo! But I'm pretty sure you can play stuff. They made the laser a bit more invisible because it was super bright. But like for us, it's the old version, which means we just stick a box in front. Because it's super visible for us, like ridiculously so. Oh no, it does. 100% it works. Okay, great. So what I would maybe do is, I guess instead of this, oh, you know what? We could stick it behind that. Hold on. Oh, but we're doing this in real time, boys. Alright, I'll catch up on chat in a sec if you guys are typing. Please, more questions. They're always fantastic. Keep them coming, please. I'm trying to think if we could skank one back here. Like put our furnace in front. Ooh, maybe. I think that's too high. Because the furnace will black it in the same way. That's so obvious. Okay, probably not. What's up? He says the new update just can't move fast enough. He says, I'm so excited. I already have so many ideas. Dude, you get it. Epic Arrow gets it. Cyclone gets it. Brent gets it. You guys are asking the real questions like, how do I trap the Zerg boys that are sloppy? And it's like this. My question is, do you want a mouth kiss? I mean, is it rhetorical? See what I did there. Yeah, but this pushes it out a bit too far, right? Yeah, it's not going to sit in the wedge. We'll probably just use the small box. Yeah, which kind of, yeah, see it's on top of this. It needs to kind of sit back. Yeah, let's use the small box or something. Yeah. That's why you usually want this. You know what? We'll fix it. We'll fix it. Brent, we're doing this for you, buddy. We got you. Gotta make this real, baby, real. I was, in the back of my mind, I was like, we should slide up a little bit. I feel like it's a little tight. And I was like, yeah, we could do it. I was right. I just should have listened to myself. That I didn't say out loud that nobody really knew about until just now. Alright, here's why. Because it's going to give us a little bit more leeway on that little slat down there. Because it's so crowded with that workbench, we can stick a box here and it's not going to be totally like, oh, look, it's a trap. We'll do a couple of variations of this. We'll do one with the laser, and then we'll do one with an HBF sensor. Laser's silent. The HBF sensor is not. So if someone's smart enough and they got their stuff jacked up for listening for footsteps, excuse me, they might hear the but if you have a furnace on, they won't. This is when do you think armored doors will become 1,000 HP? I think they're 800. I don't think they're 1,000. Let's double check. Good question. Good question. I know, not soon enough, right? Like most things for us. I've noticed it's gotten super strict recently. With oh, you're right. It is 1,000. Oh, was it 800 before? Am I out of my mind here? Is that what I was thinking? I don't know, but I wish. It really changes the raid meta and the build meta a little bit from kind of what we're used to. Because these are good, but I always thought they were a little bit underpowered because it puts it a bit higher than than what it was before. Because sometimes 2 roller boys was just more cost effective than an armored door. I hope they fit it in like sooner than later because it doesn't necessarily have to ride in with an update. I hope they just make that change. That would be really awesome. Especially for solo players, yes. Okay. What else can we use for this? What else is like small? Can we use... I'm trying to fit this in the door frame so they can't jump past it. Yeah, we'll throw this on the ground. Wasteful. I am drawing a blank because maybe we could put the water purifier on top of a campfire and that would really hide it pretty well. Oh, we could tip it. Oh, that's dirty. Let's tip it a little bit. Let's get this lower. Let's plug it in and see if we got it. I think it's sitting through the box. I think it's going to show the laser. Yeah, it's sitting right on top. Note to self, we should plug it. Ooh! Perfect. Okay. Oh, no, you can see it. Oh, my goodness. That's so close. We're getting there. Sorry, Brent. This is taking forever to talk. I'm sorry. Oh, you can kind of see it merge right there. Okay. If we can just get it. This is 800 before. They're 800 on console. Okay. I don't know. I was like, aren't they 800? With the change? I don't know why I was thinking that, but. Hey, that works. Ooh, you know what you could do too is have like a wooden door or something open. That would cover it up. Okay, it's just as long as the pathway is nice and clean. Let's just double check to make sure it's tripping the circuit. You nerd. What do these take? 1 or 2 units of power? 1. I don't know. I thought it was 2. We have laser. Perfect. That's going to be our ignition switch. Now, it's going to take the same idea as this, but we're going to tuck it away in the base. And that's why learning the memory cell, and I would strongly suggest not only like following this the best you can. I've got this will really help as well, even though this is for a storage monitor. Try this on Builder's Paradise and Testing Branch. You will, and like follow it along. And it's a little crazy at first, but like once you do it, you're like, okay. This isn't a crazy circuit. Like now I understand it, and now you can start to apply it to things. All you have to do is do it in game a few times, and it's going to start to click. So that one right there, Sneaky Trap Base, is specifically using this type of mechanism, which is a memory cell, and you just swap out the trigger, which is the storage monitor, for something like the laser in a box. Yes, if you have Testing Branch, go to Builder's Paradise and shred it up, dude. I'm telling you, it's a thing. Not as easy to pass through. Ugh. All right, we'll just say this door is blown off. How about that? We'll make it look like this one's open. That works. Okay, on to the real scenario. We're getting there, Brent. I promise. I promise. And again, if you're going to use an HBF sensor, we'll do a variation on this. Having the furnaces lit not only helps with the deception that this is a real base and somehow the door got left open, but it covers the sound up. Can the laser output be split for a trapdoor and a garage and a pager? Yes. One of the key features of a memory cell is its ability to create... Here, let me bring this up just to make it a lot easier. So you see these 3 outputs here? You got the 3... This is the input for power. These are the different outputs. We have output and then inverted output. But you have all these different states. You have one to set, which means on. One that's reset, which really means off. But like it can send a constant signal or a burst, and if you keep sending a burst or a solid signal to reset, which is off, it's just going to stay off. And then if you send, same thing with the set or the on button, but the toggle button, if you send a constant signal, it will turn it to a different state it was in. And then if there's you know, a burst or a trip in the signal, it toggles it again. So each break in the signal, and then when it goes back on, makes a toggle. So it turns it to on and then off, like a light switch. So you use this to kind of control. So our trip is going to be to it's going to I think we're going to trip it with turning it off, which is going to close our door because owie 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 is because because the door is going to be in the open state, so we want it to turn it off because turning off the door controller is what closes it. So right here it's active, so it holds it open. So if it loses power or it's turned off, you can see the lights go off right now, the door shuts. So that's one of the reasons why our signal is going to go into the reset or off position, because then it'll turn this off, but it'll turn this on using the inverted, which is the red side. We'll go over it. It's a little crazy at first. That's why I was like, try the Sneaky Trap Base. It's got a nice layout for it. You just copy that on Builder's Paradise on Rust console now, because that 100% works. And you're going to be like, oh, I get it. Because it looks crazy at first, and I'll try to walk it through the best you can, but like actually do it too, and you'll be like, wow, that wasn't as bad as I thought. I mean, it's still crazy, but it's not as bad as you think. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to actually make this like a real build. So we're going to put all the guts of it back here. And so our activation is going to be this laser. And we're going to have door controllers. You know what? Let's go ahead and set up the door controllers now. So we want this door to close and keep them inside, correct? Correct. So I think we can get this up here, and this should still work. We'll have to close this door, and let's go ahead and set this. So door controllers, if you didn't know, you have to get it on the frame or close as you can to the frame. Unlock it. Then you hit the action button on the door controller. You know it's paired when you see the green light. Green light's good on the door controller. Green light on your door is bad after you're done setting it, so turn it back to locked. So this is now paired. So if a signal goes through this door is going to open and shut based off of if there's a signal or no signal. We are going to do the same thing back here. But in order to be sneaky boys, we're going to try to put this up on the frame here. Very sneaky, sneaky. And we're going to pair this door in the same fashion. So unlock and now pair. It's good to go. And now we're going to relock it. Perfect. So it'll be real easy to hide the wiring too, because we'll bring it up around the frame here. Should I door camp the attack first? Dude, you do whatever you gotta do in Rust. Stay alive. This is like no door plate. This is like with a laser by the box. This is so dirty. I love it. I love it. Let's get ourselves a nice little... Okay, let's simulate that our base is a bit larger, okay? And we got a little bit of power coming in. Alright, boys. And the solar panel is going to go northeast for morning, and then southwest for evening. And then, realistically, you would have this tucked under something. Like this. Oh, let's make it the other way. What am I doing? I always get this one backwards. I wish we could rotate these, man. That would make life so much easier. Okay, so we're going to make this one like a light purple, which looks kind of bluish. And so we're going to take this one. I like to put it right at the feet or right under here to kind of keep people guessing. And then you go back inside of your base, find it, like kind of find where the wire comes straight down. And that way it kind of hopefully keeps the wire somewhat hidden. And then bring it up to your root combiner. I like to stick it on the ceiling tile because it kind of just, it hides everything nice and tidy. But again, you'll have your own way that you want to do it, so by all means, do so. But this is definitely going to be a lot more realistic to like how you would actually set this up. I found this to be pretty good. It takes a little bit of time to like set these up, but worth it. I'm so anal. We're going to redo the other one because I thought we'd have it on the other side. What a piece of shit. Yeah, I like to stick it on the feet and hide it the best I can. And so the input for the power is going to be the blue wire that's going to go into our battery. Because this circuit's not going to take a lot of juice. A lot of times you'll see me stick these combiners inside of the base. So because you have to like wire things, open doors, climb, jump, you know, wire things, open doors, go back downstairs and do whatever. Sometimes I like to create like a in-between or have these joints downstairs. So if you're in your main core, it makes it a bit easier to reorganize if something happens or if you need to make an addition. Again, once you do a couple builds and tests, you'll be like, oh, okay, I get what Jade's talking about. All right, so that should be putting a charge in this battery. A huge charge on this battery. It's almost maxing out its maximum input. This battery can only take 40 units of power. Are you used to PC controls? Yeah. What's up? Rebecca Wilson says, hi. Hello. Can't delay this up if we split. That's also really good. Okay, you guys still with me? I'm still reading chat and stuff and just making sure we got this built out. Okay, so this is the heart of the entire trap base. Most trap bases is the memory cell itself. And is everything going to be controlled off of this? Yes. See, that's why I try not to use this power generator, because we use it on the last one, and we need like a split for all this stuff. Know what I mean? Know what I'm saying, dog? Okay, so what this is going to do, as we set up before over here, because the state of the door controller is going to be open, when the memory cell is in the off position, I'm sorry, in the on position, which is represented by the green line here and the green light, we want the door to be open. And so when it's tripped, we want it to turn off, which in turn, here, let me just, let me get rid of these, what are these? These guys. Okay. Okay, so the state of the memory cell is going to be on by default when the trap is ready to be sprung. When someone comes in and trips it, in this case it's a pressure plate, the state of the cell goes to off, which means the on side here is now off, but then the inverted side is on, which is good because it closes our main door if you follow the green line, but then opens, because it's in the inverted output, the red line is now open, and none of this has to be powered because there's shotgun traps. And so because this is door controlled here, it opens these doors. So basically this door is, the memory cell is on, and so that door is open, this door is shut. When the memory cell is off, the main door is shut, and the shotgun trap door is open. And that's it. Sure. Cyclone says, can you include the pager build? Yeah, we'll do the basic one, then we'll add the pager build to it. I think we'll have enough power for it. We should. We're getting there, Brent. I promised. And then you can, since you've got this dead space under here, you might as well make boxes for all the loot you're going to be getting. And I'm telling you, so many Zerg dudes are going to fall for this because they're sloppy. Okay, so I think we're good on power. So let's just make this red. Have it go up into here. And this is nice and tidy because you don't have to power anything else with this, like turrets or anything, so it makes it real accessible. I do like to have the red switch. I guess you don't have to. You know what? We're going to say you have to. These are pretty cheap. You're going to use this to reset the trap or to control if it's in like a weird state. So we'll make this yellow because we'll call this the toggle state. We'll try to bring it in here like so. So remember, reset is off and set is really on. And then this is your on position for the memory cell, and then this is your off position. Well, let's rephrase that. It's the inverted output. So like, when one's on, the other one can be off. I don't know how a better way to phrase that. Does that make sense? Is the update out yet? It's out on PTB, yes. Okay, so let's make them different colors. So the trap portion, we're going to make orange. And then the front door we'll make green. So that's already been wired up. So usually you want to take these up and tuck these up by your... If you could put them through the floor and hide them, by all means. If you have things on the floor, do that. I usually like to get them up high because most people aren't looking up. And then we'll make orange the hot part of the trap, which are the double doors. And you could just go in here, set this, and just bring it right around. And because the memory cell is currently active, you can do all of these things. So watch, I can actually... can we make like a window for this? Alright, so you see that door's open, and this door, well, it's off. Are they both on? Hang on a second. Am I out of my mind here? Hold up. They're both on. What? No, they're not. Yes, they are. No. Okay, this one's not tripped. Wow, it's because we already had the door open. Hello. And that's why you've got this toggle state here. And again, because this works, because we don't have anything plugged into this, and you can do that, but the reason why these are so nice is when they don't have anything plugged in, they do generate a small burst of power. That's 1 unit of power. It doesn't stay on for very long. It's like less than a second, but it's enough to activate these states. And so since you're the trap master back here, this is just a nice way to kind of reset the trap. So like we had before where this door is open and that door is open, because you can still operate the doors normally. If you kind of cycle through the toggle states, it resets the trap. Okay, so things are working as they should. This door is opening and closing, so that's the trap being active when somebody's inside, and then this is waiting for the trap to catch somebody. And so it works as a toggle, but you need a way to trip it. So since the state of the memory cell of the trap is the memory cell's on, that's how it's active. We need to make sure that this is tripping it to the off position. So all we really need to do now is, oh wait, yeah, we did need a split down here. I was right. Trying to think of a way we can wire this. We're gonna have these two wires cross, which is something I don't like to do when we're teaching something, but it's gonna be more cost effective this way. Okay, so same idea as before here, and this is just showing a really nice way to use a branch. It doesn't cost as much as far as metal. It's a bit more condensed. It's sexier. I was gonna do something else. What was I gonna do? Red. So since the left side is always going to be on, I want that to be the laser, because you technically want that on at all times. You know what I didn't do? I didn't follow my first rule, guys. You should have spanked me for that. What's going on here? What are you doing? It's like I kind of want to move the wiring up so it's not as confusing. Okay, so the first thing we got to do, which we didn't do, is always have a switch. Okay, so since our laser needs to be on at all times for this trap to be active, I just have to see how much this consumes. I want to say it's 2. Oh, it's only 1. Okay, great. Sweet. We'll put the red line. Okay, so again, the way branch works is left side takes priority. So whatever you have plugged in here is always going to be burning 2 units of power, or 10, or 12, or whatever you set. And so it makes it kind of tricky. So since this doesn't always need to be on, it just needs to be on when the trap is active, the laser is what needs to be on at all times. So the lowest number you can have is 2. So we'll take something like the yellow, not the yellow line. Let's take something like that's blue line, purple line, purple line to the laser itself. I want it to cross over all this stuff. Is there a way we can organize this on the wall where it's not as crappy? All right, we'll have it cross. There's no other good way to do this. And now the red line is going to be the power for our circuit here, which is the memory controller. Alright, does that... I hate to cross the lines when we're teaching stuff. Here, let me make sure that this kind of pops out a little bit, so you know that there's like... it's coming out of here. Okay, so now this should work as advertised. So this switch right here is so you don't have any drain on the battery. So if you don't need the trap to be working, you just have this off, so there's no drain. So right now the battery's not using anything. But when your trap is active, it's actually using 6 units of power, which is a lot. Is there any way we can shave that down? Probably not. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 6. I thought maybe we can get it down. What's up? Radiation? Inverted. Now, if you're down here and you're like, hey, the trap's like open or not, the right position, you can toggle it to the closed. I know what we can do. Let's be real cool with this. Watch this. Yes. Is it with a G? Sprung? Sprung? Did I spell that right? There you go. So you can see the different states, right? Ready. Traps ready. Let's get stupid with it, right? Let's get stupid. Am I a nerd? Yeah, let's get super anal with this. What a nerd. So now anybody operating the switch needs to know. So like, if it's red, the trap's been sprung, so it needs to be redone. Does that make sense? We good? Alright, so let's see if it works. So is the trap ready? Let's look at the lights. Alright, we got the lights here. 2 greens, 2 greens. The door is closed. So now we should be able to trip it. Like, oh, hey, look, somebody left the door open, dog. Oh, you know, I forgot to do. I forgot to wire up. Oh man, don't look at me. I'm embarrassed, dog. Don't look. I forgot to put it in the set. I was like, man, that was pretty easy. I feel like I forgot something. I did. Adobe Premiere. Cyclone. It's pretty much editing standard. Okay, so reset means off. So this purple line makes this a round trip from the laser, which is sneakily in the wall here. 8. And once this trips, the output for the laser goes here to the reset, which is off. And so that switches the position of our circuit. Oh, I already tripped it. All right, let's reset it. So trap's been sprung is green and red. Trap ready is green, green. So now let's try it. The last one was anticlimactic. So you walk in here and you're like, this door closes, which means nobody can leave, and these light you up. Here, let's get more realistic with it. We got there, Brent. We got there. It took me a second. It's just gonna let it your TC. Alright, so I'm not authorized. Trap's been sprung. Now it's ready. So I'm not authorized anymore, so I'm like, hey man, look at this scrub. I'm gonna take this guy's loot. What's up? I'm dead. There's no way I survive that. Yeah, we might have to slide these up. You know what I mean? It's almost too far. But I mean, this person's gonna be trapped regardless. Then once that person's smoked, you look at it and you're like green and red, which means the trap is sprung. So we reset it like this, which means it's good to go. Main door is open. But if you're like, hey, I just got a bunch of loot, we're all set, you can just turn off the circuit and it closes the front door. And you're good to go. And you're not draining your battery. What's up? Kilo 6. What's up, dude? I feel like power update's going to be fairly confusing on console. It'll be a little bit overwhelming at first, but I think once you do it a few times, it'll be a lot easier. Just like building. Building was hard at first, right? But like, we're doing it well now. So the blue line comes in with the main power to the small battery. From the battery, the red line is the main power. The switch is active, which is turning on the trap base altogether. Going to through the branch, the remainder power goes to our memory cell, but more importantly, we shave off 2 units of power that goes down here to our laser, which sits here behind the box, which actually cuts off the laser, making it invisible. And so when the laser trips, the output for this goes over to the memory cell, which is reset, which is really off, because the memory cell, when the trap is ready, is actually on. So what that means is this green line comes outside to this door and make sure that it's open because you want people to walk in, while the inverted position for the shotgun trap is closed. And so when somebody hits this laser, it's going to trip the state from our memory cells on to off, which means our front door is going to turn off, which is going to close the door. And then the left side, the orange side, is going to be active, which means these doors open, which means they're trapped, and then the kill box is right here to destroy them. And we've done this all on minimal loot, a car battery, and I'm not sure what the laser takes. I don't think it takes tech trash anymore. I think it did at one point. I think they removed that. Let's go check. Says, the electrician in me loves these lives. It says I get wet. Me too, dude. I love this. I love it. Oh, it doesn't take tech trash. Oh, so this is ideal. These used to take tech trash back in the day. Okay, that's even better. So the takeaway is here. Let me go ahead and leave these up so you can take a look at this. Do you want me to, here, let me make this darker so it's easier to see. Okay, that didn't help, did it? I messed it up real good. Oh boy. Forgot that was an elevated. Oh boy. I messed it up. Man, we messed that up, huh? Is there a way we can rewire this so it's not as confusing? Probably not, because this is going to cross over regardless. What's up? He says, you hitting up the Lunar New Year Festival in Star Citizen? You mean later today? The car batteries support a pager mechanism. Oh yes, 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 yes. Let's add that. This will give us a chance to rewire that one section that I didn't like very much. Okay, so let's do this again. We'll leave it back to the standard color, right? Here I was thinking I was helping. I was like, yeah, I'll just make this a little darker, no problem. I messed it up bad. Then you have like a sleeping bag in here and stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the pager mechanism in there. It should be enough. What did we run? 6 on that last one? And what does the broadcaster take? I think it takes 2. Oh, it only takes 1. Wow, that's all changed, huh? A long time ago, I always, like, once I learned this, I was like, okay, these are all the values, and I never really, like, wow, I always saved, like, 2 power for all those things, so, hey, that's dope. So really that's going to use 2 units of power in addition to, and we had 6 before, so we're going to be right at the ceiling, I think. We're going to be at 9 out of the 10. Which is good. If you've got 2 solar panels, that should be more than enough to run it. It's good practice. In general. Yeah, it should be. Kilo 6. Let's test this to make sure the laser is good. Did I put it in there? Yeah, okay. I don't see a bot. So it's still working, my dudes. He says, saw you were live. Wanted to show some love. Thanks, dude. Says, everyone, have a great afternoon. I'll catch you later. All right, man. Kilo 6. Have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we catch up with you later. Okay, I think this should work, right? Yep, we're good. Okay. Okay, so this will help us make room anyway, so this is a good thing. So let's go ahead and get the battery down so I can start charging now. And we'll take the blue cable from here. Okay, that's got to charge. It's force of habit, plus we're going to need it for this test anyway, so it's good to do. Oh, since I have admin mode on, we're actually at nighttime. Yeah, I'll prove it. Admin time. Yep, okay, so let's make it really in the morning, shall we? Takes a second for the server to catch up. And daylight. That way we're getting a charge. All right. Memory cell, where are you? All right, so let's put this up a bit higher. We had a switch before, which was very nice. I like broke my major. I was like, make sure you put a switch on stuff, and then the first thing I did was miss the switch. What a teabag. Come on, get it right. There we go. And then our first split is going to be off of here. You know, I guess we could use a splitter here. let's use a splitter to clean up the lines. Because I'm such a stickler for this. Although I would typically use a branch. A branch. Oh, that looks so ugly, dude. Ugh. I want to make it nice and small, but that's okay. It's for learning and understanding. What is this? The timer? Get out of my face! Okay, right? There we go. And these are getting quite fickle for the touch, huh? Okay, so... once it's active, so it's going to be off of our inverted. So before, remember, because the left side is the inverted, so that's going to also trip, so we're going to have it go through something like a branch. What did we say that one was? It was like orange. And then what I want to do is bring it back down and around. We'll have it be 6969. The best number ever. Tom Segura's got a funny bit about that. Orange. So the white cable is going to come around here and actually put it in on our broadcaster, which is also going to send the signal to the pager. So nothing really changes here other than the branch in between the cable, and then that white line represents the signal that's sent out. And it could be anything, and in this case it's the broadcaster, and the broadcaster goes to the pager. What's up? I like lettuce tacos. What's up, dude? Corked Wolf says, hey! Did we miss anybody else in the list here? Did I miss any in the chat? We're knee deep right now. So orange. Or is it just, no, we just put red on the bottom of this, right? Yeah, we did. And then green is going to be the opening side of our, the door that stays open. Then we made purple, right, for the wire. Yeah, if you're having a hard time hitting these nodes, sometimes getting at different angles or backing up can help with the selection of it. Like I'm having right now. Or standing up or crouching. Any one of those should help. There we go. That should help organize the wires, I hope, a bit. And then if we go up here, we're going to plug into our laser. And then the output of the laser, you tag that and then bring it right back out. And then since our circuit, our trap, is set when it's ready, when the trap is ready, the memory cell is in the on position. So we need to make sure that this goes into the off part or the reset part of the memory controller. And then we need our control piece that actually resets or sets the trap in different states, which is going to be our yellow line here, which is the toggle line that goes into the memory cell. And this beautiful switch doesn't require any power because it makes its own. Beautiful. And this white line here goes over to set off our pager, which this one's still set to 69. Actually, you know what? We'll do this. Let's trip it. First, let's turn on the circuit. Reset it. Are these... Let's just make sure it works. Okay, let's toggle it. This didn't open. Hey girl, do we using too much power? No, wait. Comes off the top here. Oh, because it's split evenly. Oh, we do need a branch here. I thought it was too good to be true, and it was. See, that's the downside of the splitter. You don't have a lot of control over what's happening. I was like, why is that not working? I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. Alright, so we'll do what we did before. Do it like this. We'll have the lines crossed. Not my favorite thing to do, but whatever. Because we have a very specific amount of power that's going to the laser portion of this, that's going to be the branch side, because we want that to always be on. And then the remainder, which has to be more than 4, goes over to the right, which triggers the rest of the trap, which is the broadcast and now opening the door. And we're almost at the max. We might even be, I think it's like 8 or 9. The consumption on this one. I could be wrong. And then hopefully we can get this right there. Yeah, let's do this. I'm such a freak. So you can see it. What a douchebag. This one's going to be so hard to get. Come on. There it is. Okay. Now the purple line is going to be our laser. Okay, let's turn this on. So remember, green and red means the trap has been sprung. And if we hit the toggle switch one more time, the shotgun trap doors are closed and the main door is open. Beautiful. Okay, so now if somebody trips this, alright, so the trap's ready. So let's go ahead and trip this and then go see if that pager's going off. Door's closed. These are active. I'm authorized, so these aren't shooting me. So let's go see if this pager's beeping. Bingo. Now you know when your trap went off. Let's stand right here so you guys can soak it in. And then to reset the trap, you do this, but it does no good if you're like, hey, I'm still using this part of the base. I don't want this door to be open. Then you just shut off the trap, and this door closes, and nothing else is going to be activated. The laser's not going off, and you're actually collecting power during the day. So this is how you turn the trap off. This is how you turn it on, and this toggles the different states to sprung and then trap ready. And then let me just put this out here real fast. Oops. So there we go. Blue line on the left is the main power. It goes into the car battery. The red goes into the switch. The different states on the memory cell there will show you when it's sprung. So 2 green means the trap's ready. Red and green means the trap's been sprung. It needs to be reset, which means you hit the red button. And this main switch turns off the whole thing. And our main drain right now on this whole circuit, it's actually, I was off by 1. It's using 8. So you can run this for 18 minutes. And this will actually, if you have a decent charge on this, or a full charge, it looks like you can run this through the nighttime, because if you have 18 minutes of runtime and it's nighttime, you're not going to get any power from the solar panels, but you can still run it through the night. And if you don't want to have the trap on or draining power, you can turn it off. Now, the broadcaster does require. Well, you know what? Let me double check because they might have changed it because they changed the other stuff. I'm pretty sure this takes a piece of tech trash. I'm almost certain, and it takes a level 2. So you do find these out in the world. So what's up, Cyclone? Rewind just a little bit. I think I got it there for you, buddy. Yeah, it does. Okay, that's what I thought. It does take a piece of tech trash. So save your tech trash. It's very, very important. Not only for explosives, but for other things, right? Right. Says, is the power update in the game and not public testing branch? Not yet. It is in testing branch. We're just here on the PC because we can do things a bit faster. And we can do this kind of stuff where I can write on the walls and we can do cool stuff. So you can see how the memory cell is the heartbeat of all of this. And we didn't even have to set any of these branches. These are all the default power settings. So 2 and 2, which is the lowest you can set it. And we're using 8 units of power when this trap is active. And it should run through the entire night. And we're running it off of 2 solar panels and a root combiner. Pretty nice, huh? And what a nice addition that Cyclone asked about the communication part of it. That's dope. So again, when the trap is on, ready to be sprung, 2 greens. We'll walk over here. Once it's sprung, the door here should shut. Our invisible laser's in the wall here. The box is blocking the laser. This door opens, decimating anybody in here. And now, let's say you're out here farming, and you're the guy that owns the base. You're like, ooh, there's some, the cheese in the trap has been sprung. So you come back home. If you don't like this loud so other people can't hear it, you can turn it on silent mode. And you come back. You can even wreck yourself on the wild and then come back, although you would have your pager on the blue there. And then you can come back home and go, oh, cool. I got some loot. You can turn off the trap if you want to, which closes this door, and this door is already closed. Because remember, door controllers fail shut. Or if you turn this back on, it goes back to its original state, and you can reset the trap to trap ready, which is double green. And if you're like, hey, I don't like my front door open, that's cool. Just turn it off. Now you're collecting more power. What's up? What's up? The new Lego dude says, I love your videos. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I think I'm going to grab a quick bit of food. I'll leave this up and running with the marching ants. I'll just have some music playing real fast. I'll be like 3 minutes if that's cool. Just going to stuff some food in my face. And by all means, I'll have my phone with me. Any power surge questions, concerns, builds, let me know. I'm down, dude. I'm 100% down. I love this stuff. I'll be right back, and we'll play some beautiful music. Be right back. Hello? Hello? Hi, thanks for waiting. Was that fast? I'm back. Well, that was 9 minutes. I could have been faster. Hi. Do you have any tips for console? I'm new. 100%. I got you, dog. And then these two, I think, are essentials. Get you on. Says if you have more than one trap base, set up a pager. Do you have to have multiple pagers, or can the pager be configured for more than one frequency? Yeah, you can 100%. You can set it for multiple, or you can have multiple things set it off. So it'll always go to that frequency. So you may not know which one went off, but like one pager will do all of it. Pretty cool, right? Hot. I got you. The new Lego dude. Got some servers, baby. This is what we know so far. We'll throw it up in chat in case you're wondering. Beautiful. I had another one I was thinking about here while I was just away for a second. Let me check my old notes. Cyclone says, thanks. No problem, dude. I got you, man. I got you. This one's hot, although this might take a second to walk through. I don't know if we'll do it today or not, but it is a door opener, but it's only for people that are authorized on the TC. And more importantly, you've got multiple switches. So through the base, see how all these are open here? Well, not the ones on the second floor, but loot rooms and then the doors in between the rooms. If I hit this, and only because you can see this is all lit up because it's only me, right? It won't let anybody else that's not authorized. Click the switch, and then when I leave, all of these doors close all at once. And then I can hit my airlock, and I'm good to go. I go out, I farm. Whoop! I go out and I farm a little bit. Bop, bop, bop. I come back in. I was like, man, I got 82 doors I gotta walk through. That's annoying. And it's like, oh, yeah, it's all good. Boom. Put all your stuff away. Sulfur. Bam. Dump it off. Go back up here. Hit the switch. You gone. Says, what type of servers are you going to host? Bi-weekly, vanilla rates, and then an event server to start. Then I guess what we could do here is add a third one too. You can add another mechanism. So if you got like a long way to go in throughout your base, all these doors can open and shut, which is essential. And then you still have your airlock on the front that's not automated, so nobody can go deep on you. But I guess we could build one out here, huh? Let's do it. Okay, great. That way I can catch up on chat and answer any questions. Okay, so the power that comes in is always off of here, and then we have an AND switch. And then this is the condition that is met. Then the timer switch is our toggle. We might be able to do something other than a timer switch, but this is tried and true. This one seems to work the best. I have to set it to 1 second. Okay, what color do we use for this? It was purple and then yellow. Purple, then yellow. Okay, purple. Trying to follow the same color scheme. So only people authorized off of this. Can I bring it up? Like an edge? Wait. Oh, the output went directly over. And then, we take the purple to the top, to the top, to the top, to the top. Oh. And then the red power is... And this is expandable, which makes this super hot. Doesn't have to go on the floor here, but I think this maybe helps separate it. Maybe. Ooh, we're at 9 meters. We're almost at the max. Almost, but we're not. Okay, now that that's powered, I can set this to 1 second. And then our signal can come all the way back to... Here, how are we going to put this on the... You know what? We could put it like this, maybe. Kind of like it open, though. Yeah, that'll make it easier to understand, I think, if it's on the ceiling, right? And if we need to light it up, we'll light it up. That's probably going to be best. Plus, we're going to be a little close on... Can we bring it around the top? Maybe we can. You know what? Let's try it like this. I like the idea of having like cutaways. I like those. Anybody seen those Star Wars books where those ships are like cutaways? Love it. And then the purple signal, which is being sent when this is active, can be like this. It would just run across the frame like so. Yeah, that works, right? I mean, unless it looks terribly confusing for everybody. Oh wait, pink? We did pink. What's up, Music Client says hello. Hi. What's an event server? We'll be like streaming from it. It's something that we're gonna be doing. Like, we'll spawn a bunch of stuff for people, and then maybe we'll, you know, have like raids and stuff, and then maybe another time we'll build an arena, and then it's PvP, and then people spawn in the arena, that kind of thing. And then we'll stream a lot of that kind of stuff, because a lot of people said they wanted to play with us, and I was like, that's a good way to do it. Because a lot of times when we're on official, we're trying to play an official wipe and like get that experience, so that's why I usually tell people, I was like, hey, if you see us on a server, just play normal and don't watch that stream, right? I mean, watch it later, but like after everything's already done. Just because it takes away that element of surprise. Okay, so let's see if this still works. So everything is shutting correctly. That is the signal wire that goes out. Alright, so let's see if this works. Okay, so you're in the core, you spawn in, you're like, hey, I'm awake. I grab a bunch of tools to go farm. You know, I'm in here, you know, this is open, that's open, that's open. I'm like, hey, I need to bounce out of here. So you just make sure everything's open. You go outside to farm, and you're like, hey, I'm gonna close everything real fast. Everything in the base is closing, all the doors. And then you come back here and you go, okay, cool. And then you go farm. Beep, boop, beep, boop. You're like, oh, sweet. I just clapped some dudes and I got a bunch of sulfur. Come back, close your basic airlock. Boom, the entire base is open as you're coming through. And you can drop off your sulfur. Pop, pop, pop. All the comps that you got from that scrub. And then you're like, oh, hey, someone's knocking on the door. I think they're raiding us. Yeah, no problem. Close all those doors, baby. Did this not activate? Hold on. Did it? Oh, it just closed fast. That's right. It's a door. Duh. So it is expandable. You can have more than one switch. But there is like a panic button. So like if someone's going deep on you, up here and you want to turn off the... Because you can still use doors normally. But like let's say you know someone's pushing your front and you just want to be like, hey, we got to go back to normal doors because it's getting a little wild out there. You can cut off the ability for these circuits to run. So no longer will these switches work to open and close the doors, and then you can panic shut all the doors. Let's say you have some of the doors shut, some of the doors aren't shut, but you're like, hey, I think they're coming for us. You can hit the panic button, which shuts everything. And now the automatic switch is off, so you're back to normal usage, which is it's like exactly what you want. This switch will not operate unless you're authorized on the TC. So if you know someone's pushing the door, you want to take away the automated doors because it's dangerous. Because let's be honest, if someone can hit a switch, they can get a free raid on you. Know what I mean? And even if they have access to this and they somehow blow in, they still can't open all your doors. This is an automatic shut. This isn't like... And the only way this operates is when this HBF sensor says, hey, you're authorized. So even if they blow into this cabinet, they can't do anything. You know, when they hit the right button and close all the doors and make the raid harder, you're like good to go. That's the Jade smart doors. Woo! Been cooking this for maybe 2 months now, right? It's been at least a month. I think it's been 2 months now. That turns on and off the automated doors. And now you can open and close them. And then even if you're out here, so your boy comes in, he's like, hey man, I gotta close that. What's up? Protein plays. Protein? And this uses, it's a beefy amount. I want to say it's like 20, almost 30 units of power. So you'll need a decent amount of solar panels, 6 maybe. Keep it going, because I guess you could do 4. But if you really want to keep it going all the time, and hey, if you're like, hey, we gotta save battery power, you cut off the entire circuit, and now you have no drain. Yeah, good to go. What's up, Tenchu? What up, dude? I know this one's more advanced for sure, but I love useful circuits. They're the best. And I like this setup for the basics, but I want a better way to like, because when you add this, it turns into like this triangle of pain. It turns into this. If you add another circuit, it's gonna be like this. I guess it's not that bad, right? Trying to think if there's another way we can do this instead of stringing all these together. They're so bulky. Because ideally, you're going to have 3 switches. You're going to have your exterior door here, and then you'll have at least another one. You know, the ones you use the most, probably on the ground. Hey, it's great. If you're up here and all the doors are open, and you get clapped. Yeah, let's say you got this door shut, but somebody claps you, and you're like, oh, geez, the whole base is open. When you respawn here, you just go, yeah, that's cool, and you shut off the automatic circuit, and then you panic button. And now it's a full raid now, baby. What's up? He says, do you know when power will be on the console? My guess is sometime in February, but they haven't officially announced it, so it's hard to say. I wanted to do another specific circuit. Hey, let me check my notes here. It's a Lego dude says thank you. No problem, dog. No problem. Let me check my notes while you guys are chilling here for a sec. Nerd notes, nerd notes. What a nerd. Oh yeah, we had the short published. I forgot. Hold on. Let me make sure that goes in the proper channels. Yes. Put it up here. This is the one we just did. Let's make sure it's in our Discord. I don't know if the boys are on or not. I kind of want to pop over to main. Like, you know, Rust console. Says, do you know that Rust can make images and words with your wires on twig walls? Oh yeah, and then when you destroy it, it just kind of stays there. Yes. Yes. Like, you talking about this? Ta-da! Pretty hot. We got the garage door stuff, which it kind of falls along this line out here. Do we have a set for this? I don't think we do. Trying to figure out where we're gonna jam this thing. Let me check through the use at your own risk. Yeah, yeah, I know, right? You don't want to be caught with that. I'm see if I missed any questions here. Ooh. The turret ports, my dude. Yeah, for real. Use at your own risk, right? For real. Yeah, while I'm thinking about the next piece that we got here, let me, alright, so open discussion here. The wedge, it's a train bunker. We have it in the, what's up, Cyclone? He says, thanks for answering questions about the pager. Yeah, dude, no problem. I got you, baby. Drop that like if it helped out, if you haven't already. Appreciate it. I don't mind the turret being here, but like if we make this, hold on, let's see if we can make another one. Here, let's play a little bit of this while I'm building this. Does that sound good? What's up? Tenchu says, hey, the boys streaming Rust this weekend. I think so. I think so. Alright, so here's the situation. So we've got, this is kind of the way it starts. I want to use some of the honeycomb. So like I was stuffing some furnaces in there, which is nice, right? To have 3 on the interior. But it does make this inherently weaker, right? Well, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. As long as you've got that glass window here and you put it in before you sign out, it adds some level of protection. Which is nice. I'm trying to think of a good way, and maybe this is how it sits, like for us to throw up solar panels as well. Yeah, I guess we could do it up here. But, what is it? It's like every position I checked but the last one. Great. Because the problem is, when you've got this all kind of jammed up here, if you just have the first floor, the terrain part of the bunker, which is super cheap, and it's fantastic, it creates a ramp to the upstairs, which is not good. So you're just like, oh, hey, I'm on top of your base. And then they can start messing with your solar panels easier. And I guess you could start that way, because a lot of times you don't have the money to do an aggressive expansion, because to do this other layer, you're building you know, this is a decent amount, like this whole like chunk I just did. Although they fixed hiding solar panels. They did. Let's talk solar panels. I see you place them facing opposite directions. Is that for consoles as well? Are we able to hide panels in the walls? I don't think you can hide panels in the walls, and if you do, it should be short-lived. I think somebody said they tried it and it didn't work. Northeast is for morning and southwest is for the afternoon. It gives you the most exposure for the day. And I put them in clusters. This would be like a complete cluster. So this would be morning. And this direction would be afternoon. And then you'd pair them up with a root combiner. So in our case, since this, oh geez. So this is like a realistic build, or it's a cutaway of a realistic build. We would most likely put our branches for these solar panels somewhere, oh geez. Somewhere here-ish. Am I still floating? Yes, I am. I'm just trying to figure out a good way for us to efficiently put these solar panels. Then a lot of times back in the core, I'll put like an extra one of these downstairs, you know, like close to our battery, sometimes in the wall. Although, to be fair, you gotta be kind of careful with your stick here because a lot of boxes are gonna be in the way. So maybe like you bring it down on the frame or something. And maybe this is where your like main input to your battery goes. That way you've always got like an extra plug to like plug into. You know what I mean? For the battery itself. 'Cause realistically, you're gonna be looking at it like this. And then you just take the input from upstairs. I'm such a freak when I put this in, dude. What a freak. You want to keep this away from everybody else. You probably want to do it like this. So there we go. We're capturing daytime, morning, and afternoon. And then we've got room for another cluster. So like that cluster during the day, I think we're still on admin time. Yeah, what time is it right now in the game? It's in the morning, so it'll get better as the day goes on. Because each solar panel can do 20 units of power, so total at its best, which is for a short time during the day, both of these can get 20, which is going to give you 40, which isn't for very long, but it gives you 40. So it fluctuates between 1 and 40. But if you decide to add another cluster, once you have the money, you can do so. And I was kind of testing the positioning up here to see how feasible it is. Because you're probably going to stick them here until you expand the base more. Yeah, see, you can fit these well enough. Then you stick another root combiner on this back side, on the ceiling, and then you'd use it to plug in the rest. A lot of times I like to create like a channel where you run everything, kind of like on the side of the wall. It kind of makes for nice, because you're going to have to jump through all the walls to get to all this stuff, and it gets pretty annoying pretty quickly. So now, with that's connected, we can then bring all these guys in. And this is just another cluster. That's why I can't see the notes, because I didn't have my thing active. So this might be the one you want to plug in first, because this is going to be where you're going to stick boxes and stuff. At least for this particular build. What's up? He says, "Hi Jade, I just got Rust Console Edition on PS5, and it doesn't come with testing branch. How do I get it? Did you use Deluxe, Ultimate, or Standard Edition? Which one did you get? If you have Deluxe or Ultimate, just search Rust on the PlayStation Store or Microsoft. Search this. And if you have the Standard Edition, do what Tenchu's saying, and then search for the Black Camo Skin Pack in the Microsoft or Sony store, not the Skin store, and then download that, which is $6 or $7, and then that gives you access to the testing branch if you want to upgrade it. Bingo. Bingo. There you go. Yeah, really you should probably have 2 root combiners downstairs to give you that like flexibility if you really wanted it. Either like get them right there on the door frame. That way, should leave you some more wall real estate to play with. I was thinking about doing something over here too. So to go back to this idea, because later on this side pocket becomes this like spawn point area, which is nice. But you don't always build out to it. So like we can also use this honeycomb area for something else if we wanted to. So that's why I was like, what should we do with it? It's cheaper than $100 I spent in the beginning. It is. Well, the $100 was like for the ultimate. You could get it with deluxe, which was basically $60, which is the standard price of a video game, brand new video game. So, but yes, you are correct. Bussin', are you bussin'? All right, let's calculate. So for each of these here, so this is going to be 150 for the floor, 150 for the ceiling, and then 300 for the sides. We're looking at 900 for each triangle. So almost a complete node. So 2 stone nodes to add these, which can be the difference between having a base sealed or not. Yeah, we're trying to do it on a budget, because that's usually how it is if you're solo. You gotta do it on the cheap, man. A lot of people are like, hey, these wooden frames, I can get right through them. Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can, but it's not going to matter. Because when it's sealed, it's sealed. The way in on the side is stone. Actually, it's double stone. And the way over here is also double stone. So if you want to be a complete piece of... you could just do this. And now you're really cooking. Because like it's 2 stone walls before you get in. Hot. If you're going super cheap, right? Oh, come on, let me place. That's pretty dang cheap, dude. Two, 600. So you're looking at like, how much is our ceiling tile for this? Oh, 100 flat. Okay. So this is 200 metal fragments right here. These are 75? 50. Okay. So 50. Is the ceiling tile 50? The square one? 75? 100. Jeez, why am I so... So 250 for the roof. 450 for this side. For the top, for the cap. I say 450 and then 400. Foundation is 200? 200. Trying to get the loose math here. 2, so this is 600 in this corner, not including the roof. That's 800. So we're looking like 1,500 metal fragments, and then the upkeep would be reasonable. Look at this. Stone node, a tree, a sesame seed of a tree, and a sesame seed of a metal node a day. Hot. So if you get almost 2,000 metal fragments, this is a beefy boy. Heck, you don't even need this to really be... If you're trying to cut costs, come on, give me blue. Give me blue. If you make that wood, you gotta make sure no one's gonna freaking flame you out. Yeah, dude, you can run that cheap, super cheap. That's a beefy boy. I don't think I've ever made that like distinguishing part for the upgrades. So this is what to seal 100. You put like wooden doors out here, so you're saving all the metal for everything else. That's pretty legit. All right, let's make this realistic. This is gonna be. You want to have at least one metal door, right? So you could have this, honestly, to be fair. Right, you're a solo, right? And then you have one metal door here because it's the cheapest. So we on a budget. And that's on the stone frame. Then your wood frame, which makes you look even more poor, which is what you want. Oh, baby. What's our cost on this? What's our cost on this? This is fresh, dog. So I like it. I mean, it's the wedge with like the upgrade options on it and with electricity built into it. Well, we'll do, there's two phases. This is like the like say, okay, so this is the sign out phase of the wedge. Right? You could reliably sign it like this. You could leave all these metal parts stone if you want to, if you don't have anything valuable. But like if you want a protected setup here, this is going to do it. And you've got 3 furnaces on the inside. You'd have to have a window. Otherwise, you probably can't use the honeycomb. Which, it's got 1 BP in there, which sucks, but hey. This is going to fortify your TC. Yeah, on your first day, you can sign out like that, for sure. If you really want to be a cheap bastard, you can make this wood. Although you gotta do this first. But if they burn it, they probably won't burn this, so you just make that wood. It's just nice for an expansion later. It's not gonna stop your base from being any better. That's just a nice to have later. But you gotta have a foundation down, because once this tile goes in, it's over. You can't. The cars and helis on console? No, not yet. We don't know when they're coming in anytime soon. I guess you could make this frame stone if you really wanted to really like... Yeah, you just leave it wood. Why not? And this always stays as thatch, and then you break this, and it opens. That's your airlock. Although the downside to this, you're going to have bags outside. Obviously, you need some on the inside because this is a bunker. But you really want to have bags on the outside because if someone really pushes you hard, they can come up here and just sit on top and wait for you to come out. Which, you know, it is what it is. This is like as small as it gets and as tough as it gets. But if you want to get really stupid, not really stupid, but like add the next layer, it's this piece. And it's not that expensive. This just sits outside of that bunker area. So it gives you some more protection. And like the mixed materials you have on the outside really makes it look like you're not worth raiding. Because you're like, oh look, this guy's half wood. Like, what's this guy doing? The price of Rust on PS5, I'm not sure. Can somebody check real fast if you're able to? That'd be awesome. Legitness. I love this game. Can't stop, won't stop. And I think the next part of this upgrade, if you don't want to go like super turtle, right? It's because you don't have to go on metal. You can do this. And then just add the honeycomb on the outside here. And you don't have to spend any metal. But you probably would have to secure this. Yeah, because as long as you've got these side pockets here, and these will cost a node a piece. They're 900 roughly. And that extra 100 is for like upkeep or whatever, but each of these pieces of honeycomb, these triangles, are going to cost a node. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 stone nodes. And let's hope that this one's already flushed out for your furnaces. Then you would just make the top tiles here metal. And then you're pretty much good to sign out that way. And that way, if you've got enough stone, you can make this airlock here, which is nice. Move up your wooden doors. This is mostly just to make sure nobody can get up your cheeks. You can go up here to your rooftop. Just cut these fools off. What's up? Says, man, I've been living off the snow the last couple days, finishing my yurt build. It says it's perfect spot. Finished learning everything. It says I've been giving guns. Always you get from right. Oh yeah, always. Learn it, because they can't take the knowledge out of your head. You could probably just make that metal to start. Confuse people pretty badly. This is a more stone-centric one, because let's be honest, stone is ready to use right away. It's the one you get the most of. 2 stone walls are pretty close to a metal wall. They're not the same as, but it's better protection. And if people have to guess, you're like, hey, is there like metal under this? There might be. So they might second guess, like, is it worth it to get in there? Probably not. Love it. I love building in this game. It's the best. Alright, so I wanted to do... I guess we have a jump up here. And then the reason why this is wood is you would upgrade this and then flip it. Or no, would you flip it? No, you wouldn't. Yes, you would. No, you would. Yeah, you'd flip it. Because this would be your jump up. Is that right? Am I out of my mind? No, it wouldn't be your jump up. No, it's not. Am I out of my mind? Yeah, you'd flip it eventually, and then this would be honeycomb. That's what it is. Wow, dude. Am I good? Am I alright? This would be your jump up. This can be more furnaces. Bingo. Or this is jump up, this is furnaces. Whichever. What's up? It says, are you playing on PC? Yeah, right now. It's just easier for us to kind of fly around and do these. But all this is centered around the console version. And if you want to do any of this electricity, you can do it on testing or staging branch right now. Like all of it. We sometimes drop a turret to protect large raid. That we're doing. Yep. With power, I'm planning on taking a medium battery and a switch. Perfect. If I have a medium battery fully charged in a box, will it decharge? It will hold a charge. That's an excellent question. That is Cyclone. Dude, you're ahead of the game, dog. You know. You know. These are all the questions that you need to know. And you're asking them, dude. This is perfect. Yes. So, and that's why whenever you have a battery, never just drop it on the ground. It's foolish. Don't ever do that. And if you've got a battery at home and you're like, oh, I already have one, that's fine. Swap it out and charge a new one. because having the ability to swap batteries is not like on your main base if something goes down, or even if you're like you're talking about building a fob and then putting up a turret. Ah. So yes, once you pick it up, it'll hold a charge. Here's the kicker. So the charge on this is, it comes with a little bit of charge on it, 50. So if I pick it up, it's here and it still has 50. I don't know if our tooltips here actually show how much is there, but they definitely hold a charge. I've tested it on our testing branch on console. It will hold the charge, but if you notice, it takes durability. And that's okay, but since this takes one piece of tech trash, and the same way you want to fix a garage door before it goes past a certain point, because then it costs a gear and it becomes more expensive, for the same reason you want to do that with a battery. So if you hit it before it hits half, you can repair it with just high quality. If it's more than that, it's going to cost you tech trash. So once you land it on the ground, smack it with a hammer. As long as you got high quality, you're good to go. Or if you don't care and you got extra batteries and it's just a raid, that's cool too. So whenever you get batteries, bring them home and charge them all the time. If you got a full battery, swap it out. Put it in a box. You know that little box under your tool, or not your tool cupboard, under your workbench? Put your charged batteries in there, right? They're worth something. Sell fully charged batteries at a vending machine. I'm the electrician for my team. If it goes wrong, it's on me. There you go. I'm liking this setup. So I'm trying to think of another really dirty way we can use turrets on this without having to go super crazy with it. I guess we won't rotate that at all now, will we? I thought we'd have a jump up here. I'm thinking of the 2x2, not the 1x2. Hello. Yeah, I guess we could still put furnaces over here. Because at this point, you want to have the ability to burn 6 if you need to. You're going to be ripping through wood, though, that's for sure. This is your jump up. You could swap these. It could be either one, I guess. And what's cool is because this is wood, once you've kind of got this nice like cove in here, you can knock out that wooden door and then put a proper frame in and, you know, make something beefier. I'm trying to think of a good place we can slap a turret port to really give ourselves more protection out here. But yeah, but as soon as you have roof access and you're blocking this ramp from people coming up, it opens up a lot more opportunity for you to like get on your rooftop. If you have 3 ways to leave your base, the probability of them door camping you is a lot less, as you know. As you know. I guess we could put a turret port right here. It'd be super annoying to fill it up. And to wire it up. The best one is like probably right here over your door frame. And then it'd be nice to have one back here. I mean, that's the way we have it built out in the first one for sure. Like, and this is good. Like, you get this sucker going. This is enough for, like, to collect power for a duo or a solo. You can do this modular so it's not overwhelming because it needs to be. Because if you're solo, sometimes you're fighting for those stone nodes. You're minimizing how much metal you're using because it's mostly going to be for your doors at first. You've spent the minimal amount on the interior here. You've got honeycomb protecting everything else. As soon as you can afford it, then you can do more of the interior. But we use minimal metal here. This is 1, 2. These are 100 apiece. What is this one? 50? Why can I not remember that? It's 50, right? 50. And the foundation's 50, right? 50. 100. Why did I think it was... I don't know. The math on that always, like, I second guess myself, and I always am like, yeah, it's this, and then it's not. Anyways, So that's 200. 200, 300, 350, 450, 550. So 550 for the upgrade. And then look at our upkeep. That's nothing, dude. Nothing. That's nothing. 2 stone nodes, barely a metal node to cook, which is perfect, right? Because it takes wood to do all that. And then a tree. Even if you cut that down with a stone tool, you're good to go. Hot. Everything on the interior here is using wooden shelves for simplicity's sake. And then what did we put in here before? Let's go ahead and get the cost right. This is for this side here. Then you would realistically have a door here. You would have one up here. This is actually with the extension on top. This isn't bad. You'd have wooden doors in the front. And again, with this mixture, dude, people are always like, huh? Got airlock working right here. Perfect. And really, you could just make that stone on top. I mean, I guess you don't have to. You got box space here. Looking good. All your stuff's wired. You're collecting juice on a medium battery that can power up to 4 turrets. Hot. I guess you could wire this one here. It'd be a little goofy though. You'd definitely stick a turret here, which is dope. This is what's the name of the build, Jade? It says, I've used it a few times. This one's the wedge. It's a terrain bunker. It mostly fixes on this here, but there's an electric bunker one that's this with the battery on the inside. I mean, look at this, dude. You've got 3 stories, well, 2 stories, and you got roof access, 4 solar panels, a place to process your materials. Actually, you have 6 spots for furnaces. I'm sorry, 9. It's a terrain bunker. You can at any time upgrade this to metal. It's hot. And you've got this little... You know what? We haven't finished this yet, have we? I'm going to do this without roller boys, because let's be honest, it takes a minute to get those, you know what I mean? Not impossible, but like if you're starting the wipe off, you know, you got to have some little... That way if somebody breaks in, you can be like, pop, 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 pop. And the most important thing, well, let's put the boxes in place, shall we? These can be things like, you ready for this? Let's get stupid, boys. Let's get stupid. Things like, where are you? You know, wood. Or, where are you? Where are you? I'm looking at it. I know it. There it is. In case you want to do some quick drop-offs. Smelt some stuff. Obviously, you wouldn't sign out with anything in there. That would be foolish. Eh. What's up, boys? What's up? Bussin'. Are you bussin'? I'm bussin'. So anyways, now that we have a good idea what this is, let me just work on some of the miscellaneous pieces. And this is really great for like the winter biome because you can stick a heater on the inside here. You know, I'm just gonna bust this door off the hinge and just stand up there like a man. The way it's normally done. Like a man. Like a dude. Like some kind of Chad dude. Let's put the ones down here. Let's not be pieces of shit. I'm very excited for Kerbal Space Program to be coming in February. Hot. Perfect. Right? Look at that. Boom. And if you're poor and you don't have this frame, you can make a wooden one here, right? It's still going to stop people. You'd be surprised at how tough that is. And it's hard to burn off, so. And again, if you don't have this window here, I would strongly recommend making that back wall metal in the time being. If you're really worried about it, you can always build honeycomb out there. That works too. All right, let's check. I think we have most things here. I just want to double check the price. Our beautiful base. Oh, you know what? Let's make this proper, boys. What are we doing? What am I doing? I do like to have these doors cover the entryways like this, so you don't have people going deep. Although to be real, this would be the first garage door. Although if you signed out, you would put like like a wooden door there just to be annoying. And stick a shotgun trap under there. You know, let's do that. That's more realistic. Because you're like, oh sweet, we broke in, and then get your legs snapped off. And just stick it on the stone so it doesn't break. And then make this a wooden double door like a piece. And they're like, oh yeah, we could burn that down. And then just get wrecked. You take this off the hinge when you're online. And this is your real stopper. And then if somebody rushes you here, then they drop down here, and then they get shot by the shotgun trap. Beautiful. And let's see, did I make room for this? By the way, this is the best. I guess can we put it here? We still get to everything? Yeah, we sure can. This happened on the most recent Trust and Rust. What a cool refrigerator. Yeah, dude, that's so dope. Now you can stick. Oh, dude. Now I want to go play the wipe. Just to help you process these. Alright, it's nice and tight, nice and cozy. And then once you can afford it, you can stick things like a garage boy here. Right? Right. In the meantime, you don't have to put anything. Just make it wood. And what's beautiful is you come down here, it's sealed. You break it, and you've got this airlock to like hold people back. And if you're emptying all this stuff out before you sign out, like even if they break in here, it's like, oh, surprise, what did you get? Nothing? How's your dignity? Not good? And as soon as you can afford it, you upgrade this to metal. As a matter of fact, let's do that. Let's be those guys. We could easily do this. And then this. And they both have to be metal. So the way we upgrade this is we come outside and we upgrade that. Beautiful. Alright, let's see what do you guys think the upkeep is? $2? Extra cheap. Let's put down a bench. Look at that. Right there, we got room for a bag. Flip it. And we should have room for another. and another, and keeping it off the socket. So really you can squeeze 3 people in here, and then you can throw another furnace in there. You can do lots of stuff. Alright, what do we got? What are we looking at here? And what's cool is once you stick the battery in here, if you flip this guy out, and you had the double door off, this actually fits quite nicely right here. Oh, actually, I'm going to have to take this off. Sometimes it helps if you stand on a bench. Come on. Once this fits in there, it's so right. Oh, you know what we can do? If these aren't here, you can actually stick the twig out. And it extends. It's actually a really good way to place it. I forget who showed that initially, but what a great tip. Let's get down to business. Did I push that up far enough? Probably not. Here I am. I thought it was good. Oh, nope. If you can't leave this area, then it's not tight enough. Let's get down to business. Did I make it? Come on. Come on, Nick. I don't think that's going to make the difference. Yeah, I think it needs to be scrunched up there. A bit further. It's a tight fit. That's what she said. Oh, I had it. I saw it. Oh, I saw it. I saw it. Come on. Come on. Was it right here in the front? Stupid. Well. I know you can fit it in here. I jam it in here all the time. Am I too close to the tool cupboard? Jam it. I've done it plenty of times on console too. What's up, it says? Hey Jade, you still alive? Yeah, what's up? Question, when's the wipe? Last Thursday of the month. Are you talking about weekly? Weekly will be a hard wipe, and then monthly will be a softie, as far as we know. Bro, am I the worst at this? Or, there it is. Jeez. That was rough. Honestly, I thought it was easier on the console, to be perfectly honest. Let's get down the business. And we can use this as an anti-rush. Although if we have the metal door there, let's be honest, this is gonna be stone. But the beautiful thing is you can make that an armored door and then make that metal. Anyway, so that's all right. Let's check our upkeep. Oh my goodness, barely. It's really 2 stone nodes, but it's technically 3. 3 stone nodes, 1 metal node, and 1 tree for upkeep a day. Not bad. It says, is power branch out of main branch today? No, not yet. Dude, for the protection this thing's offering, not bad. And if you wanted to add that extra layer for the interior here, which would be this wall as well. Right. You'd have to have I guess you could put embrasures on there. That's super annoying. Yeah. That's definitely more accessible. Or, if you not only stick these on there and put the embrasures, you can also use the big boy window. That's a thing. Maybe a real piece of trash and do the horizontal one. Oh my. You still gotta break it. Dirty. Really, if you find the armored glass, that's really what you want in there. I'm sorry, that's called reinforced glass now. My bad. You just beef up that outside wall and then double up on your honeycomb. But, okay, that's more realistic. Like, you can find this, or you can research it pretty easily. Right? Our good old reinforced glass, which is... Is it level 2? Am I out of my mind? It is level 2, isn't it? No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. It's level 1, right? How do I not know this? Isn't it like midway down? Am I crazy? All these locks are freaking me out. Hold on. Is it on this side? That's the middle frame one. Am I? Hold on a second. Is it level 2? Has it always been level 2? Oh yes, yes it has. That's a dumb question. I mean, I knew that. I knew that. I knew that the whole time. Yep, I knew that, right? Nope. Dude, I'm losing my mind. Let's get down. What's up? I think it's level 2. I think you're right. I thought it was level 1. You're right. It's level 2. It's right here. Well, to work your way down this area here, it's not too bad, and chances are you'll find one. And if you're this deep, you should be that deep on the research anyway. But, you know, in a pinch, you can always just metal these walls if it's really a problem. And metal this and then honeycomb this on the outside if you're worried about it, you know? If you somehow don't come across this, you've got options. So we have upgraded this. You know what? We can go ahead and make that metal too. Let's get crazy. What's our upkeep? Oh my goodness, it went down because we... Oh, that's right. It's 2 stone node, less than 2 stone nodes, 1 metal node that's cooked, and a tree. I think almost all trees will fit that category, right? Because they go from like 500 to like 1,000. Dude, doable a day. And that upgrade costed us, that's probably the most expensive thing, but by then you've got 6 furnaces going, 8 furnaces. Got your power going outside, beautiful. And then let's get cozy, boys. Let's say you live in the winter biome, right? You don't have an admin mode on. You gotta heat those nuts up. You gotta stay alive. So how does one do this? And it's so belligerent because it's so dark. Let's get down to business. Boom. So really, if you're in the base, you could just have it string through this, really, and then you can rewire it if you want to. And we could just have a switch. You should be able to reach this from here, actually. Even with the embrasure? Maybe. Hold on. Can you? No, you need to take the embrasure off. I'm not going to. I'm just gonna do it this way. To be real though, having it on this side makes it a little bit more difficult. That's why it's why you have access back here before you jam all these boxes. I'd just stick this main power and put the switch in a place that's like out of the way, so you don't have to get back to it again, and just plug it in at the bottom of the switch and just kind of go from there. That way you can like handle all power inputs in that fashion, if that makes sense. Ta-da! Cozy to the max. And this helps you regen your health, which is going to be really good when Farming 2.0 comes out, because having food on the regular is going to cost you time and resources. Yes, we can fit 3 people in here, because it is a bunker. Ooh. Yo, we're rich. Look at this. And then you can finally upgrade this. But I kind of like the idea that this is wood, because then people are inclined to burn it, and then they're like, huh? It's fully upgraded, electronics, turret ready. So we have 4 solar panels on the rooftop, so you can run almost off the rip 3 turrets pretty consistently. You can have some loosey-goosey turrets up here. You can have one sit on the top of the door frame. You can lock it off if you want to. Make a turret port up here. Right, get crazy. Like this, right? Slap a turret in there. Says, get ready for industrial update. It's going to hurt Russ. You think so? I think it's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to it. And maybe keep like a turret up here. So maybe do something like this. So like you've got good coverage for the rooftop. That way you can delete your own stuff up here, right? And then maybe you can slap a turret on the back side here. If you've got the money. Maybe you don't. That's fine. Yeah, that can cover your top section. This is going to be where you place your turret. That way it covers your front door. That's pretty hot. You're hot. What? I guess you could just place a loosey-goosey turret up here if you got the money for it, but if this is where you're walking in most cases, that turret on top is going to cover your bag. So if someone's chasing you down and you know you can't make it to your door, die right where your turret's going to sit. And then it's going to create a safe zone for you, more or less. And that's when having Rust Plus is going to be extra awesome, because you can literally trigger a turret or doors and turrets to open if you're coming home, but you don't need to have them on the whole time. So like I can be on my phone and just activate these turret bays. Alright, so with all the ridiculous stuff we added on top, what is our upkeep now? Ridiculous? Not even 2 stone nodes. 2 stone, it's 1800, 1831. It's just over 1 metal node and then 1 tree. Hot. And you're already charging that battery. It's already tucked away. If you need to redo these, that's totally fine. Just gives you some good options. I mean, heck, you can even throw a turret down there if you really wanted to. It's really good protection. If you really wanted to, you could. Yeah, I guess you could do one down here. Kind of do it like this. You could just have a swing door for this one. to be fair. And your turret just sits right here, like a G. Like, broken. Then have this one pivoted out just a little bit. So this one's covering this zone here by the door. This one's pivoted just a little bit outside here. Oh, dude. Trying to do it on the cheap, baby, because that's more realistic. That way it's still covering everything. But like its patrol zone is covering more of this area. That would cover a lot of the blind spot over here. If this is open, that guy's gonna bite ya. Yeah, that's hot. Yeah, you can pretty much die in front of your base and you're good. Even if someone sneaks up here, they can't get to your stuff because these turrets are gonna mow them down. You might pivot this way. Yeah, this one's not bad because it's gonna roll back this way and catch that clown down there. As long as you're not super close to the door, you should be good. And then anybody that tries to ladder up is gonna get shot by this turret. So that's 3 turrets on the cheap on your base, ready to go. And you probably want to pick this one up if you're gonna sign up for the night. I mean, you could do this. Can we stash one up here? Hold on. You want the double door? Does that still work? I don't know if how well that would work. Yeah, that'd still work. That would still work. Especially down at low angles. Yeah, I'd stick it out here. That way nobody can really pot shot it from the back too much. You can knock these down if you want to. You could do this if you had a roller boy, but having roller doors here and a sec. That's great. This turret really covers the top of the roof here, like for the most part. And you're like good to go. I think this is the Wedge 2.0. What do you think? Dude, it's super cheap. This L internet phone Wi-Fi is the best. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I already used up all this stuff for the last one, so. Or else we would 100% be doing it over there. Hello, welcome. Sorry about the buffering. Hopefully that clears up. I looked over and I saw the buffering. I was like, no. And again, you can add all this stuff as you have the money for it. But look, even with all these extra amenities, what's our upkeep down here? The bunker's sealed, so the full cost of upkeep per day. 2 stone nodes, 2 metal nodes, and 1 tree. Yeah, you can build a couple of these as a solo and still be totally fine. The most cost you have in metal is doing these upgrades, these selective upgrades, but as long as you keep the cost down and like you do it as you have the materials, you don't just go hog wild with it, this is totally doable in one sitting. Even all the way upgraded like this. And then you can only add these extra things here as you have the turrets to do so. But until then, there's no reason why you can't be charging up your battery. So in this case, so I was talking earlier about how you want to charge up your battery if it's This one's full. So what we'd want to do here is if you had room or you got another battery, you would find a place inside of your base, place the other battery, and then connect your solar panels to that. And then let that charge up. Kind of giving you like a place to swap it out. And then once you got the metal, you can make these metal on the top. And you'd eventually make these metal doors and then stone door frames. And then totally cognito, you're gonna look at this and go, what is going on with this base? And then if you can, maybe slide your solar panels either to the top here, or they're pretty low profile, although that one side's poking out. What would be funny is if you had a sensor up here, and then if something tripped up here, then these stay on for like 10 minutes, so if somebody's messing around, they just get clocked. Not a bad idea. Run a timer on an HBF sensor. Where would we stick this? Oh, you know what? We could just stick it almost anywhere. Yeah, you come up almost on any. That would do it. Yeah, and then this would run on a timer. Perfect. And you can put on the logic for this downstairs. Ooh, that's hot. This is definitely Wedge 2.0. We might have to do a little bit of polish here and there, but for the most part, I think that's pretty good, dude. We stick the logic for that probably over here. Yeah, 100%. That way the HBF sensor's tucked away, but if anybody comes up on this rooftop, that's active. And then this will stand for like 10 minutes. Perfect. So it doesn't, like, if you come up here, it's going to get you. If you come up here, it's going to see you. If you come up here, it's going to see you. If you come up here, it's going to see you. If you come up here, it's not going to see you. So maybe we should scooch it out a little bit. Maybe. Or we could put another one out here in the corner. Where's another sneaky spot we could stick it? I mean, if you had another HBF sensor, you could always throw one up right here. Swish, baby. And you're pretty much good to go. And then you have an OR switch downstairs controlling it all. So if or this are active, it will activate. Two branches. And I'm curious on the logic for this. I think we might need an AND switch. The two signals come in from here. Is that right? Oh no, we can make it like an array of ORs. That's right. Oh wait, no, because it's not going to step through the other set. Trying to think. On the cheap, how could we do this? I know I could do it like on the more expensive, but... Well, let's just do one. That's the OR switch. The HBF sensor is upstairs. Then our HBF sensor is the trigger. Where's the other one at? Then when it's set off, the output comes down here. You know what, we might want to make this a slightly different color, just so we know when the activator comes through, so if we need to decipher this later. Alright, that should be enough for downstairs. This takes 2 or 3. Okay, so 3 and 2, so 5. We'll put a branch right here. The left side will be 5. So we're going to put this to our light and our heater. Plug this into the main switch. And our power for this monstrosity will go down here to the channel. You know what we gotta do first? We gotta make sure this is powered, so let's go ahead and plug this directly in so we can set the time. Okay, so now that that's lit, we can say, I don't know, 30 seconds, but maybe that's like, I don't know, 12 minutes or something. So now this will go to the bottom of the OR switch, and then when that's active, it'll go here, and now this will go to this turret on the top, on the roof. Oh man, I forgot. This is I need to have another branch here. What am I doing? So this needs to power it. Alright, so even if it doesn't detect me, we can see this timer counting down. Or no? Did it reset it? Wait a second. Oh, yeah. Okay, I messed up bad. Okay, so what we need to do here is, this is the wrong spot. This needs to be scooched down one because the whole condition is based off of this circuit, and then all of the timer gets cut. So we need power off of this circuit first. So we'll need this. To connect them, we'll make it to black. Okay, so this is going to determine how all of this is going to run. Okay, this is the logic that's going to operate the switch on the side. But this logic determines whether or not this is active. That way this is always on. So actually we'll need 3 units of power for this. There it goes. Okay, so now when it trips, this will go for 30 seconds. So even if it doesn't detect anybody, I'll break the camera off. This will be on. So if someone's doing the old peek and squeeze, how does it reset itself? The timer cuts off. I know this. We can probably rewire this a bit better. I had the branch for the power in the wrong spot. Okay, so like right now the turret's off. Let me go ahead and break off the camera. It's off. So this should shield it from any weird shots from the outside. But more importantly, if I'm out here and I'm creeping and I drop like a ladder or something up here and I do one of these, I'm like peekaboo. The turret's turning on. You're like, oh cool, I made it. The turret's off. And you get up here, boom, boom, boom. Turret's smoking you. So you're like, okay, cool. And then, so even though I'm not up there, this is going to run for X amount of time. And so once that timer trips to 30 seconds, it goes back to the off state. And it waits for something else to activate. So right there, turret just powered down. Until somebody else activates it. So I can be on the other side. Throw up a ladder. Boost. I peek once. It gets me. Turret's on. You're like, oh, we'll just wait for that to go off. And if you sit there for like 10 minutes, like you've got plenty of time down here for 10 minutes, but like then it like exponentially makes their job that much worse because they're like, oh, I gotta wait every 10 minutes to do something weird. So every time they're testing this, they gotta wait 10 minutes, and you're not using all of your battery power, and it's only triggering this. It's not triggering anything else. I like the way it wired it. It says, when setting the timer in real life or in rest time, there's seconds. So if you want a minute, it's 60. So watch, when I activate this, I can actually trip it too. So while that turret's on, while the lights and heater are on, you can see what the draw is on the battery. Let me go through the wall here. We're only using 22 units of power. And so even with our current input, which I'm not sure what that is offhand, but we're using 22 units of power, which means when that goes off, then that timer goes back up again. And if we got smart with it, we could put a switch here. It's a bit more smart instead of having this on all the time. What we should do is have a branch before it comes out here that runs through this logic that operates this and turns this on and off regardless of whether or not the main power is on. Because you want this to be active at all times. Yeah, because technically, well, what you could do here to turn all this garbage off is you could just unplug or set this back to 2. And you're using less power. That's another way to do it. Our consumption right now is 9 units of power. This can run for 4 hours. And notice how it's going up. And we don't even have a full charge. So that way you can run this battery indefinitely while you're offline. And if you don't have a giant mountain behind you, this is a great way to protect your rooftop. And if you put something like a Python in here, so even if they did get this, it's pistol bullets and a Python, right? But the Python's going to melt people. So you're not going to give up anything super important. And it's a good way to protect your rooftop. And it kind of baits people in, too. And if we had Rust Plus, you would have the same switch send a signal to your phone saying that somebody's on your rooftop, so then you can sign in, especially if you have xCloud and you're using your cellular phone to connect to an Xbox server. And then you can sign into your standard game, and then you can go pick up the loot and put it inside. This is a base that currently exists now. It's called the Wedge. I made some tweaks to it, some pretty cool electrical stuff. I think this is super manageable as a solo. And if you really wanted to get heady down here and protect more of your mechanism for your bunker area, you can just start to add more stuff here on this rooftop corner. If you really wanted to, you can upgrade these to max and then just seal everything in if you wanted to. I guess you could even do something like this if you really want to get gangster. Does this even work? Hold on, let me check. See, like, you can have 3 people, and this is, like, doable. It's going to be tight and cozy, but, I mean, that's all right. It's going to get the job done. I don't even know how you would put this up, to be honest. Could you even do it like this? Is that even possible? Is that even an option? Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? Oh no, because it connects to the outside. I get it. Just seeing if that would be an option. Probably not. Says, until Rust Plus, you can set up a pager. Correct. Correct. So you would know. Although, if you're in your base, you probably want some sort of light to come on. To let you know, so it's not like a sound. But it's all in what you want to do, really. Then you can have a whole separate switch to activate these on a port. To make sure that those are on and off when you want them to be. You can set them up on sensors, but you could do the same thing you did before, where you can have the port open for like 5 minutes. So you want it to be open long enough to keep them off your route, but not long enough for them to pot shot it with a crossbow. Or, I'm sorry, not with a crossbow, with a compound bow. Or you want to slow that process so far down that, or so far, like as far as time, that you'll be signed in by the time they complete that task. And another thing too, you can have a has target, and then you can have a counter on your, and see how many times people are tripping this while you're signed out. Not bad. Not bad. Heck, if you want to be a real piece of trash, you can even do this, dude. Or this one's pretty hot. Where are you? If you're worried about people pot-shotting this. Also, yeah, like this top piece could be a problem, so you might want to make that stone. But what's great is you can soft-side this with a machete, and then you can knock out that stone real easy. And you can probably leave this wood, because to hit that with flames, it's not going to burn it very efficiently, because all the flame stuff bounces off. You'll get flame damage on it, but it's not what you think it's going to be. Everything's kind of wood, so if you want to get rid of it later, you can burn it. Chop it, burn it. Pretty hot, right? Incredibly useful. And then, you know, it's going to be so much more difficult for somebody to actually camp your stuff. Not impossible, but definitely a lot more difficult. I would definitely put it over like a minute. Like 5 minutes or something. Yeah, way more intelligent to like use something like that. Saves power, keeps it going. This could run for days if you're doing it right. And this is running off of 4 solar panels, dude. This is nothing. So what? 2 minutes is 120, so like 180, so maybe like 200 seconds. Something like that. That's enough to be annoying. What did I say, 200 seconds? We didn't even need... Look at that, this is just 2. 1, 2. There it goes, slowly. This is my first time watching a live stream and interacting. He says, thanks for all the tips. He says, I'm craving some Rust console. He says, see you later. All right, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for asking the questions and being part of the chat, dude. Appreciate it. Tenchu says I use prison bars. I like prison bars, but they do block shots on occasion. Have you noticed that? I don't like that. That way it keeps people from kind of messing with this backdoor too. This one covers it, but it's doing it in a smart way. Hot, dude. And anybody that's trying to get up and mess with your solar panels is going to get work too. Look at that. You'd be all like, oh yeah, I'm going to climb up here and be a teabag. Boom. Get worked. Yep. The fence is actually the best because if there's 2 fences in the way, people can't shoot. But the turret can shoot out. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Cyclone. I'm glad you did, dude. Good questions, man. Good stuff. I think if you really wanted to tuck this one away, you could just make it like a spawn point or something. Put like some honeycomb here. Put a bed in there, like a locker, if you really wanted to. Right, like you got the honeycomb here, and then like your locker's back here. And you just kind of build this up a little bit to like protect your mechanism for your bunker. And probably do something up here if you really wanted to. You got options, so if you really want to beef up your bunker mechanism in the back, you can. I see why we put the block out here. Although, it would be cool if we could figure out a way to put a freaking bubbler out there. Is there any way for the new Xbox bundles, like any items like boxes or beds or hammers or anything, is there any new Xbox bundles? Bundles? Like skins? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, we just got a cycle, but they're like repeats. They're good though. If you didn't get the oil rig stuff from last year, this one's good. I'm a freak. Juicy. Alright, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I'm going to check the old connection. It's doo-doo butter. Oh, there you go. You guys there? Yay. Yeah, there was some kind of... Just going to do it again for a second. Oh, boy. Alright, should clear up now. Good. We good? We there? Yes. Ah, dude, it's so frustrating that my internet's like in and out. I can still tell that the infrastructure outside of, like around the internet, is because there was, I forget, what'd they say? Something happened to one of the main fiber lines somewhere. Like, for the backbone of the internet. And it's like it didn't completely go down, but like the infrastructure didn't pick up some of the speed that it needs to. So like wherever I connect to is somehow affected by that. So it's outside of my ISP, but it's still like, it's so annoying. I've tried to bounce my connection to different locations too. So apologies. I know that's annoying. Thank you for sticking with us. I know, right? So like I talked to the ISP, and my connection to my ISP is actually like phenomenal. But anything outside of like when it leaves their facility, it seems like wherever I get routed to seems to just eat shit. And I don't even think it's like in my area, to be honest. I think it's whatever I connect to Google server, wherever that's at, that's the one that's eating shit around it, because whenever I route into it, it just takes a hot dump. So apologies. I know I've been on the horn with these people so many times. Oh, that's cool. I didn't. Okay. I'm checking out the merch. Yeah, is it doing it again? Son of a bitch. Checking out the merch spot. Can I add the? Oh, that's cool. Oh, too. No kidding. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Ta-da! Hold on a second. When I said products no longer available, say what? What about this one? I don't know. I could pin stuff there. That's kind of cool. I'm pretty sure those products are available. Let's try this one. Can we pin this one? I don't know why I say it's no longer available. They're definitely available. Anyways, I thought that was kind of cool. I just saw that while we're watching the things buffer on us. Let's see. I wanted to do the garage door stuff, but if my internet keeps being hot trash. Hey, let's see if it's stable. Let's give it like 4 minutes or something, maybe. See what it does. Man, it's such a bummer, dude. I would try to stream from my phone, but I think I have like maybe 6 hours total, and that's when my pay cycle trips. And I already used to, I maxed out last time. Says, I work for a company where one of the backhoe operators hit an internet line and pissed off about 15,000 people. Yeah, that's for real, dude. Like, that's, you know. You know. That's the real deal. Yeah, that low connection is just beating up the people hanging around. And it's like, and hopefully you guys can hear me. I want to stream like Star Citizen or like more Rust or what is the other one? Valheim. It's just like, but if my connection is trash butter, it's like, you know what I mean? What are we gonna do? Is there a way? Bear with me. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna play some music real quick while you guys are chilling. Is that cool? I'm gonna check something. Hey, bro. Thanks for being patient. Okay, let me. Hey, yeah. So I was checking the connection stuff. I don't think it refreshes until like later on in February. So I'll look at some options to see if we got some backup stuff. It's just the internet's been so spotty. I'm gonna see if I can maybe bounce my connection a couple different places. I think we got some pretty good headway here. We had really great questions. Hopefully it was useful for you guys. Again, any questions, comments you have, you can put them in the comments here. on the next live stream. We're all about helping you guys out with this stuff because I know when you first look at this, it's crazy. But I'm telling you, if you take the time, even just the most simplistic circuit, check it out over on Builder's Paradise and Testing Branch and just work on it just for a little bit and you'll go, man, you'll feel so much more confident with setting everything up. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We're going to wrap it up here. Be sure to leave a subscribe and a like. It does help out a lot. Sorry for all the intermittent connection issues. I know it's obnoxious. Believe me, I know. And hopefully we'll get to see you guys soon. If I can find a good solution, we're going to try another stream. We might try some Valheim or some Star Citizen or both. Just know that if I don't find a connection solution, it's just going to kind of, it seems like every hour and a half, it kind of goes for like 20 seconds and then comes back. So I guess that's what we're going to deal with, unfortunately. So I don't know. We'll see what we can do with it because it would be awesome to play Valheim with the boys. And if they're not on, then maybe we'll do a little SC or something, you know? I'm excited for it, you know what I'm saying? You can always rewind the stream, check things out. We did a lot of cool stuff here, a lot of cool builds. We have the Wedge, which is the one we modified over here, which is an excellent solo or even small group, so like 1 to 3 players, but specifically designed to like scale up if you got the cheese, but keep it extra tough and get you going on a wipe. And hey, if you're really getting pounded by Zergs, you can make a couple of these, and you don't even have to make the exterior metal. And like you can make 3 of these no problem, right? Like just get in there and get busy. So yeah, very exciting. I can't wait for the Power Surge stuff. Not only because it's awesome, but like it's gonna usher in so much more content. I'm very excited for that. Hopefully we'll see you guys again real soon. Yeah. Love your bush. See you guys in the next one. Bye. Perfection.